Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry, the Honorable Thomas Ikunamulo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also thank Honorable Love for the question regarding the rising cost of harvesting and transport for sugarcane farmers, and I also appreciate his concern given the fact that there are quite a number of very successful sugarcane farmers in this chamber. Honorable Speaker, sir, the war in the Middle East is beyond our control. Unfortunately, its repercussions are felt by everyone across the world. The supply chain disruption had been affecting the transportation costs in both sugarcane and the non-sugarcane farmers in the agriculture sector. Honorable Speaker, sir, the Ministry understands the challenges faced by our farmers regarding harvesting and transportation costs over the years, and for this reason, the government has been providing various grants and subsidies to the farmers to reduce their overall cost of production. I will highlight programs that assist sugarcane farmers with harvesting and transportation. One, the cane cartage program. This cane transfer cost is paid for all sugarcane farmers transferring cane from Rakiraki to Rarawai Mill. Farmers had been receiving a total of $26.33 per ton for Zone 1, $29.79 per ton for Zone 2, and $33.95 for Zone 3. This is paid to truck and lorry drivers, and the rates are regulated by FCCC. Second, the Cane Access Road Program. The Ministry had been upgrading nearly 3,800 kilometers of cane access roads infrastructure every season to ensure farmers are able to deliver the cane to the mills. In addition, the Ministry had been constructing iris crossing and supplying culverts to farmers at no cost. Manual harvesting program. For farmers who are harvesting manually, they will receive a subsidy of $3 per ton, which is an increase from the initial subsidy of $1 per ton. The Feed Correction Services also provides harvesting support for interested farmers, and also this is provided free to sugarcane farmers. Farm Mechanization Program. Under this program, the Ministry has made significant progress in mechanizing the cane harvesting and supporting individual cooperatives with $90,000 for procurement of mechanical harvesters. With Ministry support, together with investment of individual farmers, businesses, Cane Producers Association, and the industry as a whole, and in 2025, 51% of the cane were harvested mechanically compared to 19% in 2017. Support will also be provided for cane cultivation through the supply of 12 cane planters, 16 fertilizer applicators, and 20 tractors with implements. In the coming months, an additional 25 planters and 39 fertilizer applicators will also be distributed. The Ministry will further enhance mechanization by introducing 2 agricultural drones for the application of fertilizer and weedicides, supplying 600 battery-operated knapsack sprays and 50 boom sprays. Through the Fiji Sugar Corporation, 138 tractor service providers has been established to provide services to the farmers at comparative rates. In addition, 28 reversible disc plows, trash shredders, and infielders will be supplied to support the mechanization program. And fifth, on hilly terrain mechanical harvesting, after extensive research for several years, the Ministry has identified a track harvester suitable for hilly and undulating terrains. A Japanese harvester, which was commissioned last year, needed repairs and maintenance after an unforeseen circumstances, but fortunately the Ministry has repaired the machine to allow harvesting trials to commence for the coming season. On 6th, the cage bean program, 44 cage beans had been fabricated to help transport billet canes. In addition, wherever rail is available, farmers are encouraged to transport cane via the rail network. Apart from the above, the FSC has been provided rebate of up to 10 cents per liter of fuel to lorry drivers and harvesters operated through refuel fuels from FSC fuel Bowsers. Honorable Speaker, sir, the Ministry is providing substantial support to the sugarcane farmers to keep reduce their transportation and harvest cost. Despite the challenges faced in addressing the fuel crisis, the coalition government has made its priority on a top-up cane payment to farmers for the 2020 crop season. This special payment of top-up has only been provided to our sugarcane farmers. The outdated Master Award will be reviewed to reflect the modern-day operations for the industry, including harvesting operations. Honorable Speaker, as the new minister responsible for sugar industry, I will make sure that while we continue with existing support, we will critically evaluate the industry performance and provide solutions that reduces over-reliance on subsidy and grants. We will make sure that the sugar industry will have positive return on investment. I am calling on stakeholders, farmers, cane carters, and lorry drivers to come together to discuss the impact of the increase of fuel cost and ensure that the burden is shared to keep the cost low. And in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, sir, I reiterate that the sugar industry remains an important sector of the nation, and the Special Committee for Sugar Industry and the coalition government is committed to revive this sector thoroughly. With this, I wish our farmers a successful 2026 crop. Another, sir.
Thank the Honorable Tunambuna, Minister for Sugar Industry. The supplementary questions, Honorable Nath, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your comprehensive answer. And I take this opportunity from on behalf of Baulivu Cooperative. Thank you. They have sent you Lolomose for giving them the tractors, although they don't plant cane, but they've invited you for Talanoa session, which you have when you gave them the tractors. My question, Honorable Minister, what is the average increase in harvesting and transport cost over recent years after our former minister's visit to India?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I don't have that answer right here with me, but I will. It's a very high technical number, so that I will come back.
Yes. It seems like a loaded question to me. Right, thank you, Minister. Honorable Bala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the Honorable Minister for updating the Parliament on the oncoming harvesting season. But when a farmer prepares for harvesting, there are certain things that is taken into account in terms of costing. You have mentioned about trucks, some incentive to be given to the truck drivers. Is there any provision for harvesters, operators, where, because it's about fuel, so will there be any consideration given to the harvesters on the fuel incentives? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister. Did you catch?
Can the honourable member repeats his question? Is it available harvesters with SPC, with the FSC that they need to hire out, or because I had given the provision to fund cooperatives purchase harvesters, and they allowed provided with the $90,000 that they can access.
Right. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Honorable Minister, the cheapest form of transportation is rail. And there are two things. One is the railway itself, and the other one is cage bins. So what is the Minister's plans on this, on these two items?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Now, as I had mentioned earlier in one of my presentation, that we are critically looking at trying to see or address the areas where we can minimize cost. As far as rail are concerned, there has be a lot of maintenance on the current railway systems that we have. That includes a lot of cost, including the Bar Bridge, which has also got the railway that had been damaged for quite a number of years now. That unfortunately is not allowing cutting of cane to be easy around the Bar area. So even with rail at the moment, the cost will still be high because we will have to repair all the rail lines that we have. Fortunately, in Singatoka, the railway bridge is also not been repaired for long. That had reduced the number of sugarcane been farmed on the eastern side of the Singatoka riverbank. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next question, honorable members. The eighth oral question. I will now call on the Honorable Chavez over there to ask question 46 of 2026.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to ask question number 46 of 2026 under my name in today's order paper, directed to the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry. Can the Minister update Parliament on the status of the implementation of the project on assessment of Fiji's sectoral loss and damage in agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry, Honorable Thomas Tunambuna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also wish to thank Honorable Wadea for the question to highlight a very important issue on the loss and damage induced by climate change. Honorable Speaker, sir, let me start by acknowledging tireless work carried out by the Ministry of Information and Environment and Climate Change for making the necessary meetings, timely submissions, and putting Fiji on the front line of loss and damage climate financing. We understand the bureaucracy and timeliness involved in assessing Green Climate Fund. This is not a walk in the park. And I also wish to thank all those who had contributed to this work. Honorable Speaker, sir, the recent Cabinet approval marks a critical step in strengthening Fiji's leadership on climate-induced loss and damage. Following the official signing, the Secretariat of Pacific Community SPC under the Danish Support Program will now commence on an 18-month comprehensive assessment of climate-induced loss and damage within the Fiji agriculture sector. Honorable Speaker, sir, the project focuses specifically on the rice commodity in Maduata province, where the SPC and the ministry officials will collaborate to address the gap between current adaptation strategies and the inevitable impact of climate change. Honorable Speaker, sir, the main objective of this project is to assess loss and damage due to climate change on Fiji's agriculture sector through comprehensive data analysis, policy recommendations, and awareness initiatives. The activities include data-driven analysis. This includes evaluation of the formal and informal losses from extreme weather, saltwater intrusion in sea and sea level rise. It will include policy integration, and this will involve developing recommendations to strengthen national progress and the National Adaptation Plan, financial pipeline, assessing national funding arrangements, and preparing applications for the Santiago Network and the Global Fund corresponding to loss and damages. And the global advocacy, this is producing a video documentary for higher-level presentation at the COP31. Honorable Speaker, sir, this project will be implemented in 4 phases. Phase 1, inception and stakeholder for the Climate Change Division stakeholders to familiarize them with the ministry's project objectives. Phase 2, capacity building and fieldwork, which involves a 6-month training course for our extension officers in the use of the COBO toolbox, conducting field assessment methods within the Maluata province. Phase 3, analysis and policy drafting, including information collection from real-world observations for research and field data analyzing and developing practical policy suggestions. The goal is to address risks that cannot easily be reduced or adjusted, so the focus will be on creating rule-based strategies to manage or mitigate their impact. For financing and reporting, the last 3 months will be used to develop an investment plan and finalizing the COP31 documentary. Honorable Speaker, sir, the immediate activities to be undertaken includes inception workshop with a €8,000 budget for the Ministry of Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar officials and the Climate Change Division to finalize the field research methodology. Second is the consultant recruitment in engaging technical leads, and that is a €77,000 allocation for the primary field data assessment and desktop review. Procurement of equipment and licenses to modernize data collection for agriculture extension offices. The total investment for this project is €240,000 with 4 allocated key allocations, including field data, training, funding, and policy development. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to SPC for their invaluable technical support and partnership with the assessment of the climate-induced loss and damage projects within Fiji's agriculture sector. The Ministry looks forward to continuing this partnership as we work collectively to build a more resilient, sustainable, and climate-adaptive agriculture sector for the benefits of all our Fijians. Thank you, sir.
Thank the Minister, the Honourable Tunamuna. Supplementary questions? Don't see any. Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Siruratu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, with loss and damage, one of the key factors is slow onset threats. And given that it will be in Raketi, you know the condition of the dam and the floodgates. So where does this fit into this loss and damage exercise that is going to be undertaken? Because the intrusion, saltwater intrusion, can threaten the crops. It's regarded as a slow onset threat when it comes to loss and damage.
Will be, Honorable Speaker said, this will be part of the research and data collection that will be done, analyzed, and be brought forward as part of the assessment.
Thank you. Honourable Sharma.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd just like to ask the Minister, what is the involvement of, what percentage or what component involves the women and the youth as part of this project?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Yeah, as part of policy we have in agriculture is the involvement of women, both for those who will be doing the work and those who will benefit from the work. Women is part of the policy that we have in the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Vijaynath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister highlight or probably have any plans to replace or inspect the other floodgate, which is like in Navua and in when Damu rivers? There are floodgates which were built probably 20 or 30 years ago. And due to the climate change and rising sea level, we have seen that these floodgates are now not in use properly, probably needs upgrade. Have you got any plans to visit them and probably maybe redesign? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will attempt to answer that question. Now, that is part of the function of our Waterways Division, and they continuously do repair works on our infrastructures, including floodgates, not only for the infrastructures that we have here in the Central Division, but also for those up in the Northern Division, has been mentioned by a leader of opposition. But they are parcel of the work that our Drainage Board and the Waterways Division are actually doing. And Honorable Speaker, before I sit, let me again thank the government of Denmark for their contribution to this workshop, to this program. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Honorable Minister, I call now on the Honorable Semis Correa Lamsau to ask question 47 of 2026.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I rise to ask question 47 of 2026. And the question is directed towards the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation. And the question is, with concerns raised about regulations used by CAF as being out of date and it's not in line with ICAO, can the Deputy Prime Minister outline the work carried out to modernize these regulations?
Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Tourism, Civil Aviation. Honorable William Ngabo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank the Honorable Correa Lamsau for raising this question. As we all know, aviation is the artery through which our economy breathes. When the aviation system falls behind established standards, the consequences are real, economic, and felt by our people. That is why the coalition government has acted. The ICAO In-Country Validation Mission, or ICVM, conducted in 2019 under the Universal Safety Oversight Audit Program, identified shortcomings in Fiji's aviation laws, specifically gaps in our legal mandates and accidents investigation protocols. Fiji's effective implementation score across ICAO's 8 critical elements came in at 78.72%. We must note, the Speaker said, this is above the Asia Pacific average. So we are not doing too badly. That is not a failure, but it is not good enough for a nation that aspires to be the premier aviation hub of the Pacific. The coalition government will not leave those gaps unaddressed. The Speaker said the centerpiece of our modernization effort is the draft Civil Aviation Bill 2026, currently in public consultation. It replaces 3 outdated laws. 1, the Civil Aviation Act of 1976, the Civil Aviation Authority of Fiji Act 1979, and the Civil Aviation Reform Act 1999. We're replacing those 3 with one comprehensive piece of legislation. Laws in some cases are 50 years old, written before wide-body jets, satellite navigations, and drones. The consolidation removes duplication, strengthens clarity, and aligns Fiji's civil aviation system with international best practice. A comparative analysis of legislation from New Zealand, Singapore, and Papua New Guinea informed the drafting. We studied the best and built something fitted to Fiji. We should note that PNG scored above Fiji in 2019 and continues to score above Fiji. The bill enables harmonization of subsidiary regulations with New Zealand civil aviation rules, precisely the ICAO alignment the honourable member asks about. Crucially, it establishes an independent accident investigation commission directly addressing a specific gap identified in the 2019 ICAO ICVM. Independence in accident investigation is a cornerstone of international aviation safety architecture, and Fiji will have it. Mr. Speaker, so the legislation sets the rules, but Fiji also needs a vision. A Civil Aviation Master Plan 2026-2031, developed in collaboration with the Australian government, sets out national direction for a safer, more connected, and climate-resilient aviation system. It addresses our island connectivity. It requires all airport operators to address climate change resilience, Paris Agreement commitments, noise mitigation, and decarbonization in their master plans. The master plan also charts a path on sustainable aviation fuel, including a collaborative feasibility initiative by Fiji Airways for exploring sugarcane residue as a local SAF feedstock. Fiji producing its own sustainable aviation fuel from sugarcane is not a distant dream. It is a work plan. Mr. Speaker, Fiji retains its Federal Aviation Administration Category 1 safety rating, allowing Fiji Airways to maintain flights to the United States. The rating is not a technicality. It is the difference between Fiji Airways flying to Los Angeles and not flying to Los Angeles. At best, all rests in part on ability to meet international aviation standards. If we have met them, and we are building the legal and strategic foundations to exceed. For the information of our members, if a country goes into Category 2, it won't be allowed to fly into the United States. So Fiji, being Category 1, is qualified to fly its aircraft into the U.S. Within CAF itself, the authority operates under a three-tier regulatory system: the Act, the navigation regulations, and standard documents, instructed to maintain continual ICAO compliance. The CAF Corporate Plan 2024-2029 commits the authority to maintaining all 8 critical elements recognized by ICAO as fundamental to effective aviation oversight. CAF's rebranding under the strapline Safe Skies, Secure Fiji signals to partners, passengers, and the world that Fiji's aviation regulator is not standing still. Mr. Speaker, the regulations were outdated, the laws were old, the gaps were real. We studied aviation legislation from New Zealand, Singapore, and Papua New Guinea. We drafted a comprehensive civil aviation bill. We launched public consultations. We're building an independent accident investigation commission, pursuing sustainable aviation fuel, and expanding connectivity to our islands, all while retaining our FAA Category 1 rating and protecting Fiji Airways' access to the United States. The signal Fiji sends to the world is that we are a serious nation, governed by people committed to upholding international standards. The government is delivering Safe Skies, not as a strapline, but as a solemn commitment to every Fijian. Now, I'll let the Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Honorable Ngavoka. Are there any supplementary, Honorable Koya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Minister, because Fiji has a three-tiered regulatory system with respect to CAF, and this question relates to the regulations that are used by CAF. In your exercise at the moment regarding the consultation exercise with respect to the law, and there's a difference between regulations and the law, are you actually incorporating and telling the stakeholders all that is going to change in the regulations also?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you for the supplementary question. Yes, we are. Consultation is quite intense, quite comprehensive. The work has been there for a couple of years, and it's great when you talk to the players and how they understand it and what we can do to improve on what is already in the bill. So yeah, it's a very broad consultation, and we're very happy with the outcome. And when you present the bill to Parliament, it'll be quite complete, and will be equal to the best in this part of the world.
Honorable Sharma, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A question to the Minister is, with the ICAO's requirement of an independent aircraft accident investigation authority, would it still be embedded with CAF, or is it going to move on to the ministry, or do we need an independent investigator? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you. That's a good question. If I can just go back to how we've been handling this. Every time there's an accident, we'll look for an investigator, and there are qualified people around in the region. And we've been using one particular gentleman all these years, and he's been doing a wonderful job. But that is not sufficient with ICAO. You need to have set up an independent investigation commission. It will be reporting to CAF on a dotted lines. So independent, but CAF will be linked to it in dotted lines.
Thank you. We will now move on to our last oral question for today. I call on the Honorable Penyoni Ragnao to ask question 48 of 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to ask question number 48 of 2026. Question is directed to the Honorable Minister for Women, Children and Social Protection. Can the Minister update Parliament on the progress of the review of Fiji's Poverty Alleviation Eradication Strategy Framework 1999?
Thank you. Call on the Honorable Shashi Kiran for.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Honorable Speaker, in April 2025, Cabinet endorsed the review of Fiji's Poverty Alleviation and Eradication Strategy Framework of 1999. Our guidance was clear. The framework had to take into account global economic pressures, climate change, and rising living costs that continue to place strain on households, particularly for women, children, persons with disabilities, older persons, and those in rural and maritime areas. The framework, once developed, will advance the National Development Plan's goal of inclusive, sustainable growth by prioritizing poverty reduction, strengthening service delivery, and ensuring equitable opportunities for all Fijians, with key focus on economic resilience, people's empowerment, and good governance, ensuring a prosperous future for all. The review has been supported by 18 line ministries. This framework is not simply a document, Mr. Speaker, but national commitment by the coalition government. Work on the review process commenced in April 2025, with the Poverty Monitoring Unit engaging a consultant through the Australian Volunteers Program to undertake research, planning, and preparations for extensive nationwide consultations. The team also met with divisional commissioners and provincial officers across the country to secure the support in facilitating community engagement. Mr. Speaker, between August and December 2025, Ministry through the Poverty Monitoring Unit conducted 19 community consultations and 5 stakeholder consultations nationwide. These engagements reached a total of 961 participants, including 834 community members and 127 representatives from government, civil society, and faith-based organizations. At the conclusion of the divisional consultations, all feedback was transcribed, summarized, and analyzed, culminating in the development of a comprehensive consultation report. The consultation report has informed the draft of the Fiji Poverty Alleviation Strategy Framework 2026 to 2035. Mr. Speaker, the team had finalized the first draft of the revised framework to be known as Fiji's Poverty Alleviation Strategy Framework 2026 to 2035. This draft has been presented to both state and non-state stakeholders at the National Validation Workshop, which was held on 23rd of April. This draft has been presented to more than 55 representatives from state and non-state stakeholders for review and feedback at the National Validation Workshop to ensure transparency and inclusivity in the development process. Following the National Validation Workshop, all feedback received will be carefully reviewed, consolidated, and incorporated into the final draft of the new framework. The new framework will then be submitted to the Development Subcommittee and subsequently to Cabinet for formal consideration and approval, marking the completion of a comprehensive and participatory framework development process that began in April 2025. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Maybe before I sit down, I would just like to say that we are coming into school holidays, and I plead with parents to take extra care of the children during this time, especially during the sports event, but also over the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Minister, the Honorable Shashi Kiran. A supplementary from Honorable Premier Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I thank the Minister for developing that strategy strategic framework for poverty alleviation. Mr. Speaker, sir, when policy documents are made, often it's forgotten how much it's going to cost and how it will be implemented. So all the intent of the document and the passion behind it just remains on the paper. It does not get materialized. So my question, I still have a minute, thank you. The question is that in your framework, will you also include the costed operational plan and the implementation plan with the targets and how often it will be evaluated? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So at this stage, we are developing the framework. Once the framework is developed and goes through the cabinet, then the monitoring, costing, all of that will be done like we do for any policy and plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the last question. You have the floor, Honorable Lal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister inform the House that what is the timeline for finalizing and implementing the new framework? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
So, like I explained, it's in final stages of drafting and validating. Then it goes through the normal process, which I explained in the earlier aging policy framework. So it'll go through the development subcommittee of permanent secretaries to cabinet, for the policy to come through, and then it'll be launched. It could take up to 2 to 3 months.
Thank you. We will now move on, honorable members, to written questions. The first written question, I call on the Honorable Vijay Nath to ask his written question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask certain question number 49 of 2026 to Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Civil Service, Strategic Planning, National Development and Strategy.
I call on the Prime Minister, the Minister of Civil Service, Strategic Planning, National Development and Statistics. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank the honourable member for his question. I wish he had asked for an oral response, because it's a very useful response for the nation. But you ask may I table the response on the table, Mr. Speaker.
Do you wish to add to? I'll allow you just a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very well picked up by Honorable Prime Minister. I did put as an oral question, but the House Committee, I believe, had the Business Committee. The Business Committee,
right,
under the guidance of Honorable Biman Prasad, had a lot of objection on my questions. You objected to all my questions, Mr. Speaker. It was valid. Thank you for giving me time.
Okay. Thank you. We will now go on to the second written question. I will call on the Honorable Joseph Nunn to ask. He is not here, Joseph Nunn. I'll allow Honorable Lal to ask his question.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I would ask written question 50 of 2026 in today's order paper, and the question is directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Tunamuna.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby table my answers.
Can you please hand it to Secretary General? The answer is tabled. Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next third question, I call on the Honorable Pramila Kumar to ask a written question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I ask question number 51 of 2026 to the Minister for Employment, Productivity and Workplace Relations.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Employment, Productivity and Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I hereby submit my response.
Thank you. Can you please send it to the Secretary General? Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. All the written questions, the answers have been tabled before you. We now move on to the next item. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
Honorable members, we have only one bill to deal with today, and that will be for third reading. I now call upon the Minister for Information, Environment and Climate Change, the Honorable Linda Tambuya, to move her motion.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Wednesday, 29th April 2026, I move that the Litter Amendment Bill 2026 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honorable Rothu Soau, second. Honorable members, please take note that pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Wednesday, the 29th of April, the debate on the bill will be limited to 1 hour. So I now call on the Honorable Minister to speak on the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Cabinet Ministers, and Honorable Members of Parliament. I rise to speak on the Litter Amendment Bill 2026. Honorable Speaker, this bill comes before this House because the reality of waste in Fiji has changed, and our law must respond to that change. The Litter Act of 2008 served its purpose for its time, but the scale, type, and impact of littering today are very different from what they were nearly 2 decades ago. What was once treated as a minor public nuisance has now become a wider environmental, economic, and public health challenge. This bill is therefore not simply about increasing penalties or expanding definitions. It is about modernizing the law so that it remains fit for purpose and relevant to the realities we now face. Honorable Speaker, littering is often perceived by many as a small act, but it is not. A bottle thrown from a moving vehicle, rubbish left on a roadside, waste dumped on vacant land, or commercial waste pushed into public bins may seem insignificant in isolation. The consequences are never small. Litter blocks drains and contributes to flooding. It pollutes waterways and coastal areas. It creates breeding grounds for pests and disease. It damages public spaces and places unnecessary pressure on municipal councils and taxpayers who are left to clean up after the actions of others. The truth is simple. The cost of litter is always paid by someone. Too often it is the wider public carrying that burden. Honorable Speaker, some concerns were raised yesterday, duly noted by honorable members. I wish to address them here. The questions were raised as to whether the ministry had sufficient enforcement capacity to support the increase in fixed penalties from $40 to $200. Let me place on record that since June last year, the ministry has trained over 500 litter prevention officers across the country. This includes municipal enforcement officers, officers from the Land Transport Authority, officers from the Fiji Police Force, provincial conservation officers, and civil servants across all ministries. Just last week, a further 39 officers were trained in Lambasa. Enforcement capacity has grown. We are also working with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to strengthen prosecution training, and our target is to have around 800 trained officers trained by the end of this year. Honorable Speaker, concerns were also raised regarding waste infrastructure, bins and collection services. I agree, Honorable Speaker. Our waste management infrastructure needs to improve. We are working to strengthen waste collection systems, improve access to bins through council partnerships and school programs, and work closely with municipal councils to improve service delivery. But let us also be honest with ourselves. Does the absence of a bin or a collection point justify illegal dumping? Responsibility for proper disposal rests with all of us. Infrastructure supports compliance, but it cannot replace personal responsibility. Honourable Speaker, there was also reference to the container deposit scheme. I welcome that discussion because it forms part of the broader reform agenda that the government is progressing. As I stand here today, our team has just completed another round of consultations on the draft container deposit regulations. It is important to note that these regulations were approved by Cabinet in 2012 and it was subsequently rescinded. Honourable Speaker, we heard one honourable member state on Monday, Honourable Kumar, that she is fully aware of the EIA process, having been in the environmental portfolio for 12 years. But Honourable Speaker, I remind the Honourable Kumar that in her 12 years, not a single piece of environmental legislation was substantively reformed. Not once. Not even the EIA regulations, despite the operational gaps and delays they now speak about. What enforcement strengthening has been done? The 20-year-old Environmental Management Act was right in front. You knew the gaps in the process, Honourable Kumar. You knew the enforcement weaknesses. You did not strengthen the regulations. You did not strengthen the Litter Act. But clearly, the job of us political leaders, isn't it? It is our job. Honourable Speaker, yes, we are reforming the regulations under it, and to date we are debating amendments to the Litter Act, with more environmental reforms to come in the next sitting of Parliament. That's the difference, Honourable Speaker. We need to deliver reform when we have the opportunity and move it as soon as possible. Honourable Speaker, the government is committed to progressing the regulations for the Container Deposit Scheme together with a Product Stewardship Act, and extensive consultations have already been undertaken to finalize it. Honourable Speaker, there were concerns raised as well regarding Clause 6 of the bill and the responsibility placed on parents and guardians in relation to minors. We need to clarify this point, Honourable Speaker. The minor carries its ordinary legal meaning under the laws, person under 18 years of age, but it does not create an absolute liability on parents and guardians, nor does it criminalize parenting. The legal threshold is whether reasonable steps were taken to prevent a minor from littering. That is the important distinction. The law does not expect parents to supervise their children every second of the day. That would be unrealistic. But it does expect guidance, supervision, and reasonable effort to teach environmental responsibility. That is fair, and that is balanced, and that is practical. We do need to tackle our civic education and, of course, reflected in our laws as well. Honourable Speaker, this bill also strengthens accountability in how the fines are collected under the Act. 80% of the fine revenue, as I mentioned yesterday, will remain with the councils to support litter prevention and awareness programs. And I do note the suggestion about the 20% to remain with the ministry and the Environmental Trust Fund to go towards these efforts. We will ensure that this money is collected, will be reinvested in those environmental programs. Honourable Speaker, as the debate progresses, I will speak further on the changes to the definitions and any other concerns that may be raised in the House. But at the heart of this bill is ensuring that responsible citizens, ratepayers and councils are not left carrying the burden of irresponsible behaviour. It's about protecting our waterways, protecting our communities, our public spaces and our natural environment. Honourable Speaker, with these words, I commend the Litter Amendment Bill to the House and urge honourable members to support it. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Minister. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. I have a list of speakers with me. As you all know, the whole debate is only limited to 1 hour, and that is including the mover of the motion, the introduction, plus the right of reply. So That will take care of the 1 hour. So in my calculation, given the number of speakers who are here before me, each one will be given 5 minutes to speak. So, honorable members, I will now ask Honorable Mbala to start off the debate on the motion. Honorable Mbala, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to contribute briefly on this amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise not to oppose this bill, but to see if we can improve in some areas. Because a law that cannot be enforced, that ignores our rural communities, and that reaches out rural communities, and that punishment instead of pride, that law is likely to fail the very people it seeks to serve. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker, sir. Litter is an eyesore. It chokes our drains, poisons our livestock, and shames our paradise. But slapping new fines on paper without fixing the system on the ground is not governance. It is wishful thinking. Mr. Speaker, sir, therefore, we need to have enough litter bins in and around the towns and cities. And now that the rural areas have been included, we have to revisit on the services that we need to provide. Provision of larger bins, Mr. Speaker, say, in big settlements. Initiate cleanest towns and village competition. Dedicated litter compliance officers in urban, peri-urban, rural areas, Mr. Speaker, say, with clear powers to issue on the fines and to collect evidence. We have just heard from the Honorable Minister that 500 officers have been trained, and I thank the Honorable Minister for that. But if you divide that 500 by 12 municipalities, it will come around 40. Honorable Minister? So, what I'm trying to say is that we can have laws approved here, but if we don't have people to implement on ground, that will again become a problem, Mr. Speaker. See, and whatever I'm saying is through experience, Honorable Minister for Works. Mr. Speaker, say, rural and remote realities, we cannot ignore them. Mr. Speaker, say, in much of rural Fiji, they are not designated collection days. We all know that. Waste disposal is often banning or landfill. Applying uniform, therefore, penalties is not fair, if that can be looked into, Mr. Speaker. I therefore state, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the Fijian alternatives, because civic pride is our greatest weapon. I've always believed in civic pride. Mr. Speaker, sir, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. We need to scale what already works for us. Mr. Speaker, sir, civic pride is not a slogan. It is a tourist seeing a clean roadside and choosing Fiji again. It is a child picking up litter and growing into a guardian of our island. It is a village taking ownership and needing no fines at all. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to put it to the Honorable Minister, are the commercial facilities not required to get a permit under the Environment Management Act? If they are, so any breaches to the permit conditions should be dealt with under the EMA. The reason fines are bigger, Mr. Speaker, sir. The fines under the proposed amendments under the Litter Act is so low that wouldn't probably matter to these businesses. So I urge the Honorable Minister if she can look into that as well. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity.
I thank you, Honorable Bala. I call next on the Minister for Justice and the Acting Attorney, Honorable Turanga.
I rise to support the LITA Amendment Bill number 5 of 2026. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, it is important to briefly reflect the background of the existing legislative framework governing litter control in Fiji. For close to 2 decades, the Act has provided a legal framework for addressing littering in public places, promoting environmental cleanliness and public responsibility. The broader issue of littering, including its harmful and negative impact on the environment, public health, waterways, communities, and public space, has been elaborated by Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change during the course of this debate. However, what is clear is that littering continues to remain a significant challenge despite the existence of a current legislative framework. One of the key issues identified during the review of the Act was the inadequacy of the current fixed penalty regime. Under the Act, the fixed penalty for littering is only $40. Given the present realities, the increasing volume of waste, and the continuing issue of littering in public places, a fixed penalty of $40 is no longer an effective deterrent. The current penalty does not adequately reflect the seriousness of the offense, nor the environmental or social cost associated with irresponsible waste disposal. Accordingly, one of the central amendments proposed in this bill is the increase of the fixed penalty from $40 to $200. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, is intended to restore the deterrent value of the penalty and encourage greater public compliance with litter laws. The increase also reinforces the principle that persons who pollute public spaces must be held accountable for these actions. I may look at some of the key salient features, Mr. Speaker, sir. Clause 2 of the bill broadens the definition of litter to include modern waste streams such as solar panels, car batteries, diapers, while also introducing a standalone definition for commercial waste. The clause also expands the definition of public space to include vacant properties and private land. This amendment addresses illegal dumping occurring in areas that may previously have fallen outside the scope of environment. Clause 3 of the bill strengthens accountability by requiring litter prevention officers to produce identification when exercising enforcement powers. Clause 4 of the bill introduces a new offense relating to placement of waste on streets outside designated collection times. This amendment is also intended to address recurring public health and sanitation concerns caused by the indiscriminate waste placement. Clause 6 of the bill introduces parental accountability, and this is very important, where a parent fails to take reasonable steps to prevent a minor from depositing or embedding litter. Clause 8 of the bill further strengthens evidentiary procedures by recognizing photographic evidence taken by enforcement officers as prima facie evidence of proceedings. This addresses practical challenges faced in proving offences through continuous video footage. Clause 9 of the bill establishes a revenue sharing arrangement whereby 80% of the fixed penalty revenue is allocated to local authorities and 20% is deposited into Environmental Trust Fund established under the Environmental Management Act 2005. This ensures that revenue collected directly supports environmental management and local enforcement activities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also wish to briefly address this amendment is not intended to impose an unreasonable burden on ordinary law-abiding citizens. However, it is directed towards discouraging irresponsible conduct that causes harm to the environment, public health, and cleanliness of our communities. The reality is that littering itself carries a cost borne by municipal councils, ratepayers, taxpayers, and the wider public through increased cleanup operations, blocked drainage systems, pollution of waterways, and damage to public spaces. The government, therefore, has a responsibility to ensure that the legal framework provides an effective deterrent against such conduct. Importantly, the fixed penalty is avoidable entirely through compliance with the law and responsible waste disposal practices. I also reiterate the implementation and operationalization of the revised fixed penalty framework will be undertaken by the Ministry at the appropriate time, including the necessary public awareness and enforcement preparation. In those remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support and commend the bill to Parliament.
I thank the Minister for Justice and Acting Attorney. Our next speaker is Honorable Fayaz Khan.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, in light of the fact that we've only got 5 minutes, first of all, I think it's a great idea in terms of public health. Very timely that we actually do that. But there are two issues that I raise with respect to the particular bill. And the first one specifically, sir, is Section 4 in the bill itself, where it's amending Section 8. It says that a person must not deposit or cause to be deposited any litter or receptacle containing litter on a street, footpath, or public place for collection on any day other than a day designated for collection by the relevant public authority. Honorable Speakers, I fear for the settlements that exist. I fear for some of the villages that exist. If you travel from here to Nandi, you'll see that there are communal garbage places where they actually put it. And I fear that maybe some overzealous inspectors might be punishing our settlements that are actually doing these things. Sometimes people put the garbage out 2 days earlier because it's a communal place where they do it. And we all know, sir, that there are some villages, etc., that are not included within the town boundaries. I know that's probably going to get addressed by the minister responsible. And they don't have any collection being done there. There's a skip that probably exists. And I specifically refer to closer to my home, in Namotomoto Nandi, where it just doesn't exist. The actual garbage collection doesn't happen. So this particular provision may be subject to some abuse on the settlements that exist, sir. And I specifically say, even the informal settlements that we have here, they all go to a communal place where they put it. And and it's actually important that we look at this and ensure that it's either amended or put in a different way so that they don't get punished for something. I mean, they will be taking the garbage out if it's taken out 2 days earlier and put onto the thing. Rightfully speaking, at the end of the day, if you read to the letter of the law, they're going to get done for it. Honorable Speaker, I urge the Honourable Minister to see what can be done so that this is actually avoided. Maybe the councils need to be informed, maybe some policy direction, etc. Maybe some other regulations that will actually cover it so that we protect our villages that have communal garbage areas, etc. One of the other things, Honourable Speaker, that and you would know best in this particular house, but from some of the other lawyers here, sir, there's a particular provision where Section 24 is amended again. It's Section 8 in the bill, refers to Section 4 of the 24 of the Principal Act, and I refer to C, sir. It says that after paragraph B, inserting the following new paragraph, photographic evidence taken by a litter prevention officer at the time of the alleged offence is prima facie evidence of the facts alleged in the charge. Now, you and I will both know the rules of evidence, sir, especially with respect to photographs. Are we opening up another avenue here, especially with AI, etc., that exists? That is something that we need to be very careful of at the end of the day, especially in light of the fact that the fines are increasing. They're going to be large. You may be, some people who are not even able to afford the fines. And these particular bits of evidence, if you're saying it, we should leave that to the evidence rules alone, rather than putting it in there that it's prima facie evidence of the facts alleged, especially in light of the fact that, and who better than all of us in this house to know about what AI does and what AI doesn't. So those two issues that stand out, Honourable Speaker, and I think they're very important. They need to be looked at. Maybe they need to be addressed in some particular way. And I just so the House knows, I have spoken to the Honourable Minister about it. She's aware of these things. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Koya. I call next on the Minister for Lands, Honourable Musarong.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I rise to contribute to the Litter Amendment Bill of 2026 with particular focus on its provisions for enforcement and evidence. Mr. Speaker, the amendments in relation to enforcement on evidence before us strengthens the law in many important ways. Surely they introduce higher, more deterrent penalties required when we try and keep the pristineness of our islands and high stakes. They include sport fines rising significantly. And they also provide clearer sanctions for both individuals and businesses when they offend, and they improve the tools for litter prevention officers upon appointment. And these changes, Mr. Speaker, are necessary. Why? Because weak enforcement has long undermined our environmental laws. The penalties are too low, the risk of being caught too small. Irresponsible behavior flourishes. This bill sends a clearer signal. Littering will now carry real consequences. Equally critical is the strengthening of the evidence provisions. In a small island nation like ours, successful prosecutions often depend on practical, admissible evidence. Timely documentation, photographic records, officer statements, and a clear chain custody of items. The bill modernizes these elements, making it easier for enforcement officers to build robust cases that can stand up in court, making proving litter cases based on photography easy to meet. At times, Mr. Speaker, when the criminal threshold of the evasive proof beyond reasonable doubt becomes challenging, the law now makes clear a pathway for prosecutors. Through this amendment, Mr. Speaker, the proof ceiling comes lower, convictions now are easy to reach. The admissibility rule threshold is met with the law in this bill allowing it. This is not a bureaucratic detail, Mr. Speaker. It is the backbone of credible deterrence. Without reliable evidence, even strong laws remain paper tigers. However, we must be clear-eyed about implementation. Stronger laws on paper will achieve little without consistent, professional, and transparent enforcement on the ground. We need well-trained officers, adequate resourcing, and public confidence that the system is fair and impartial, not selective. Enforcement must be paired with education and prevention, because lasting changes, Mr. Speaker, ultimately comes from a shift in culture and personal responsibility. Mr. Speaker, a cleaner Fiji is not an environmental goal. It is an economical and social imperative. It enhances our tourism product, protects our blue-green economy, improves public health, reflects the pride we take in our nation. When we enforce these laws effectively and fairly, we send a powerful message that we value our environment, respect our communities, and we are serious about building a more sustainable future for our children. This bill, Mr. Speaker, represents a meaningful step forward, modernizing our approach to litter. I commend the improvements to enforcement law and the evidence requirements. And I urge us that we should all now ensure they are implemented with rigor, force, consistency, and a clear focus on outcomes. Fiji deserves cleaner streets, cleaner rivers, and cleaner coastlines. Those who litter, family garbage, or commercial must be penalized heavily, because they must feel that their actions are costing future enjoyments of our beautiful Fiji. With these amendments and with the collective commitment, we can deliver exactly that, Mr. Speaker. I support the bill this afternoon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister for Lands, Honourable Wasarongo. I call on Honourable Sharma.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to support the Litter Amendment Bill of 2026. The bill strengthens our law in important ways. It recognizes dangerous litter for what it is: chemical waste, hazardous batteries, sharp materials, industrial waste, substances that put our children, our elderly, and our environment at real risk. It gives us courts discretion to match the penalty to the seriousness of each offense. It tackles the daily reality of blocked drains, flooded roads, and waste dumped where it does not belong. It returns enforcement revenue to the municipal councils through the 80-20 model, so that those who break the law help carry the cost of cleaning up after it. It modernizes enforcement by recognizing photographic evidence and allowing officers to request identification. It holds corporate offenders to a higher standard because burning tires in our communities, releasing toxic smoke into the air our children breathe is a violation of Section 40 of our Constitution and guarantees every person the right to clean and healthy environment. I support every one of these provisions. They're practical, they're long overdue, and I commend the Honourable Minister for bringing it to the House. But, Honourable Speaker, I must say this. We may pass the strongest little law in the Pacific. We may write fines into every page of the book. We can give officers every enforcement power available. And still, Honourable Speaker, if every citizen any citizen walks out of a shop, finishes a packet of chips and tosses the wrapper into the drain on Victoria Parade, the law has already failed. Because by the time the enforcement arrives, the damage is done, the drain is blocked, the river is polluted, and the reef is choking. The tourist photograph is ruined, and our reputation as a nation is diminished, one wrapper, one bottle, one cigarette butt at a time. Honourable Speaker, what does it say about us when we litter? It says we believe Fiji belongs to someone else to clean. It says we love our country only during or singing national anthems, but not in conduct. It says we are willing to live in the mess we ourselves create and worse, leave it for our children to inherit. That is not who we are, and it is not who we should be. So what went wrong? We have over the years allowed civic responsibility to become someone else's job, the council's job, the government's job, the cleaner's job. We have also forgotten that civil sense and common sense are the cheapest form of governance any nation can have. We have forgotten the pride in our nation is not expressed at the rugby ground alone. It is expressed in whether we bend down to pick up what is ours, what is not ours, in whether we teach our children that a clean Fiji is everyone's duty. How do we fix it? This bill is one part of the answer and an important part. But the rest of the answer lies outside this chamber. It lies in our schools, and our children must be taught from class 1 that the land we walk on is sacred. It lies in our churches, our temples, mosques, and our community halls. It lies in every parent who picks up a wrapper instead of stepping over it. It lies in every business that disposes of waste responsibly because it is right, not because they fear the fine. Looking at the time I have, I would like to talk about the bins at Albert Park. When I went there to dispose of a bottle, I thought it was made of such a high technology. I was trying to find a gap to dispose the bottle, so I had to go the other way. So I'm not sure if that is wrongly installed or it is quite high-tech, or it should be facing this way. I'm not sure. I've seen people open the lock and throw in the rubbish, something the minister could look into or explain. Honourable Speaker, a fine punishes the wrongdoing, but only pride prevents it. So, Honourable Speaker, I would like to share with the Honourable Minister a very general statement. So let's not litter Fiji by ever implementing rejected projects from overseas. Honourable Minister, I support the bill. I support your efforts. Vinaka.
Thank you, the Honourable Priya Sharma. I call next on the Minister for Fisheries and Forests, the Honourable Manival.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the amendments to the Litter Amendment Bill of 2026. Honourable Speaker, clearly what is dumped on land does not always stay on land. Across Fiji, waste discarded into drains, roadside areas, and vacant properties eventually find its way into our rivers and our coastal waters. This, Honourable Speaker, affects fisheries, marine biodiversity, and the communities whose livelihoods depend on those resources. It also affects Fiji's reputation as a clean, environmentally responsible nation. Honorable Speaker, litter is costing Fiji tens of millions of dollars every year through the loss of tourism revenue and the degradation of economic ecosystem services. The expanded definition of litter in this bill, Honorable Speaker, is therefore necessary because modern waste streams such as batteries, electronic waste, and industrial waste pose far greater environmental risk than traditional household waste. Honorable Speaker, strengthening the law at the source is the right response, and I support the motion before the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank the Honorable Manivalu. Honorable Virandalan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to contribute to the debate on the Litter Amendment Bill 2026. At the outset, this side of the House recognizes the importance of maintaining a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Littering is not merely an eyesore. It is a public health issue, an environmental hazard, and an economic concern, particularly for a country that relies heavily on tourism and the preservation of its natural beauty. Mr. Speaker, sir, the real question before us is not whether we should address littering. We all agree that we must, but how we do so in a manner that is fair, practical, and effective. The likely impact of this bill will be felt most immediately at the level of ordinary citizens. Increased penalties and expanded enforcement powers will undoubtedly act as a deterrent. However, they will also impose a heavier financial burden on households, particularly those already struggling with the rising cost of living. A fixed penalty of this magnitude is not insignificant for many families, and there is a real risk that enforcement may disproportionately affect the most vulnerable in our society. Mr. Speaker, sir, we must also consider the practical realities on the ground. Many communities do not have reliable or regular waste collection services. In some areas, bins are insufficient, collection schedules are inconsistent, and disposal facilities are limited or inaccessible. In such circumstances, Mr. Speaker, sir, stricter enforcement without corresponding improvements in infrastructure may lead to unjust outcomes where citizens are penalized not for willful misconduct, but for systemic shortcomings. Another key impact in the expansion of enforcement into spaces that were previously less regulated. This raises concerns about how consistently and fairly these powers will be exercised. The potential for disputes, particularly in relation to dumping on private or vacant land, will increase. And without clear safeguards, there is a risk of uneven or arbitrary enforcement. Mr. Speaker, sir, the evidentiary changes contemplated will also have practical consequences in the administration of justice. While they may make enforcement more efficient, they must be balanced against the fundamental rights of individuals to challenge allegations and to be heard fairly. Efficiency cannot come at the expense of due process. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is also a broader societal impact to consider. If enforcement is perceived as overly punitive or revenue-driven, it may erode public trust rather than build a culture of responsibility. Compliance achieved through fear of penalty alone is very sustainable. What we require is a shift in mindset, a genuine culture of environmental stewardship. Mr. Speaker, sir, in light of these impacts, the opposition proposes several key recommendations. First, enforcement must be matched with investment in infrastructure. This includes reliable waste collection services, adequate placement of receptacles, and the development of accessible disposal and recycling facilities, particularly for modern and hazardous waste streams. Secondly, there must be a strong and sustained public education campaign. Citizens must not only be told what is prohibited, they must understand why it matters and how they can comply. Schools, communities, and local authorities all have a role to play in fostering this culture. Thirdly, there must be clear guidelines and foresight for enforcement officers. Powers must be exercised consistently, transparently, and with accountability. Mechanisms for complaints and review should be strengthened to guard against misuse. Fourthly, consideration should be given to proportionately in penalties. A one-size-fits-all approach may not be appropriate in a society with varying income levels. Alternative measures such as community service or mandatory cleanup orders may, in some cases, be more constructive and rehabilitative than financial penalties alone. Next, collaboration with local authorities is essential. Municipal councils and rural authorities are on the front line of waste management. They must be adequately resourced and supported to implement the law effectively. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, we must ensure that the legislative effort is part of a broader, integrated national waste management strategy. Laws alone cannot solve the problem. They must operate within a system that is coherent, adequately funded, and responsive to the needs of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honorable Virendra Lal. Closing the debate on the bill, I give the floor to the Leader of the Government in the House, Honorable Thishaw.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I rise to speak in support of the Lita Amendment Act and to highlight why this legislation is critical in relation particularly to public infrastructure, water systems, roads and transport networks. Lita is not merely an environmental problem, it has become a serious infrastructure, safety and economic issue. Poor Lita management directly undermines the investments government continues to make in roads, drainage systems, water and transport facilities. Water and drainage infrastructure are among the most affected. Improper disposal of plastics, waste and debris block drains, culverts and waterways. This leads to flooding, contamination of water sources and damage to water supply systems. When drains are blocked by litter, even moderate rainfall can result in flash flooding, damaging roads, bridges and nearby communities. The road infrastructure significantly suffer from litter. Accumulated waste along roadsides, as we have seen in drainage channels, accelerates road deteriorations, weakens the road foundations, and increases maintenance costs. It also creates safety hazards for motorists and pedestrians, particularly when debris is washed onto road surfaces during heavy rain. For transport system, including maritime and public transport facilities, these are also negatively affected. Litter pollutes coastal waters, harbors, jetties, obstructs navigation, and damages vessels and port infrastructure. A recent FRA notice on the 20th November 2025 illustrates this issue. Let me read it out. The FRA, Fiji Roads Authority, is raising concerns about poor rubbish disposal practices that continue to be a major cause of blocked drains, resulting in surface flooding on many roads during periods of heavy rain. Despite continuous efforts by FRA teams to clean and clear drains through high-pressure jetting and other maintenance works, the problem persists. During recent heavy downpours, several cases of road surface flooding were recorded, and inspection teams found that household rubbish clogging cross culverts and catch pit was the main contributing factor. The teams retrieved large amounts of waste, including plastic bottles, takeaway containers, food wrappers, and general plastic items. And we're looking forward to this amendment bill, moving to alleviating this. The other issue is the dumping and disposal into the sewage and sewage systems and waste systems, which is particularly costly. And expanding the definition of litter in Section 2 is particularly helpful in addressing this. We continue to face increasing volumes of plastic and non-biodegradable waste, poor compliance, limited deterrence, and this will, of course, move to alleviate that. The Litter Amendment Act strengthens enforcement, updates penalties, and enhances accountability. I support the motion. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Before I call on the Honourable Minister to speak in reply, I'd like to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary of Environment, Dr. Sivendraman Michael, who is joining us in the gallery. I think hoping to see this through tonight. Thank you. I will now then call on the Honourable Minister to speak in reply.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to thank all honourable members who've contributed to this motion and this very important bill. Honourable Speaker, I just want to respond briefly to some of the concerns that have been raised by members from the opposition. Thank you. Those have been noted. Perhaps just for some understanding, Honourable Speaker, there was the issue raised by Honourable Koya about rubbish that is placed on outside of designated collection days, and that is very well noted. As we know, we still need to work on the rubbish collection from informal and squatter settlements as well as villages, and that is part of our continued work on our national waste management strategy. It does require a lot of funding and support and assistance from our development partners as well. So we're working with the councils as well as Ministry of Intercareer Affairs and local government in terms of coming up with a strategy, which we are currently working on. But in the meantime, I just wanted to state that the purpose of this provision is not to punish responsible households that do want to dispose of their waste. Our municipal councils already operate within the bylaws in terms of requiring household waste to be placed out only on the day prior to scheduled collection. We want to prevent the accumulation of waste on roadsides and footpaths and public places where it usually attracts stray animals, as well as creating a public nuisance and creating sanitation issues as well. So this amendment supports its system by creating order and discipline around collection schedules, because we still have those families and households that, even though there are specific collection days, they're putting it out on other days. And that does create a public health problem, as I've mentioned. Honourable Speaker, in areas where regular waste collection services are not available, particularly in rural communities and informal settlements, I've mentioned, yes, we are fully aware of communal dumping as well. That is happening, but the bill isn't intended to unfairly penalize these communities. We just want to deter responsible littering and illegal dumping. I'm going to speak on the issue of commercial waste and why we simply cannot rely on the water pollution control regulations. The honourable member who raised it was correct that commercial and industrial facilities under the framework are required to hold a permit. That's the law. But that's only part of the picture. There are thousands of smaller operators, fish markets, trade premises, and facilities operating outside that permit system altogether. That is one of the loopholes we are currently addressing, the amendments to the water pollution control regulations. Where those facilities are caught improperly disposing waste and they don't hold permits, the immediate response is often a non-compliance notice. There is no fixed penalty attached to that notice, so there is no deterrence. That is a warning. Let me just correct the record that the immediate fixed penalty under the framework for permit condition breaches is $1,000, and that is what the law currently provides. But under this bill, corporate accountability is stronger and clearer. Commercial waste offences can attract corporate penalties up to $20,000 for repeat offending, and dangerous litter can attract corporate penalties of up to $100,000. The court determines these penalties depending on the severity of the offence. The fixed $200 penalty that members are referring to only applies to individuals. So the schedule is very clear. Honourable Speaker, the question on rural areas and why this bill focuses on public places. Rural areas are not excluded from environmental enforcement. The Litter Act is structured around public places because littering is, by its nature, a public environmental offence. As we know that villages especially are not public places. But Honourable Speaker, it's important to note that that as we progress and the issues that have been raised by Honourable Virendra Lal, yes, we will come up with a framework in terms of enforcement and the framework in terms of the regulations that is yet to come. But for today, Honourable Speaker, and I thank Honourable Sharma for his speech regarding littering and the need to have civic pride. Thank you, Honourable Bala. and to all of the members in government who've also expressed their sentiments about the need to restore civic pride in our country and the need to deal with littering that has become a national issue. So I do seek the support of members in the House, and I thank you very much. Nap.
I thank the Honourable Minister for Environment. Parliament will now vote. The question is pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Wednesday, 29th of April 2026, that the Litter Amendment Bill 2026 be debated, voted upon and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
A bill for an act to amend the Litter Act 2008, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Secretary General.
Motions for which notice has been given.
Honourable Members, we have 5 motions to deal with this evening. The first 2 motions are in the name of the Honourable Prime Minister, and the remaining 3 are standing committee reports, motions for debate. I first call on the Prime Minister and Minister for Civil Service, Strategic Planning, National Development and Statistics, the Honourable Sitiveni Rabuka, to move his first motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Speaker, sir, I move that pursuant to, that the Parliament makes a determination to suspend the remuneration of the following positions by 20% of the base salaries as set out in Part A of the schedule of the Gazette Notice number 516 of 2024 on the determination of Parliament of the Republic of Fiji for the duration of the fuel crisis situation. And I beg to amend that, Mr. Speaker, sir, and that it should read Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers, Assistant Ministers, Leader of the Opposition, and Members of Parliament.
Thank you. Let me just go over the Prime Minister's suggested amendments. That A, which says Cabinet Ministers, precede those words with the Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers. Right? So that is part of the motion. So we'll go on. Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Leader of the government, second the motion. I will now invite the Honourable Prime Minister to speak on his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honourable Speaker, sir, Honourable Ministers and Assistant Ministers, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Very good evening to you all. Honourable Speaker, sir, Fiji, like many small island developing states, remains vulnerable to external shocks. The current fuel crisis, driven by global supply disruptions because of the conflicts around the world and the price volatility resulting from those, has placed significant pressure on our economy, also on our fiscal position, and most importantly, on our people. Fuel is not just a commodity. It underpins transportation and logistics, electricity generation, food supply chains, and economic activities across all sectors. As costs rise, the burden is felt most acutely by ordinary Fijian households, by rural communities, and by small businesses. Honorable Speaker, sir, this is a case of leadership through shared sacrifice. This motion reflects a simple but important principle. Leadership must begin with example. At a time when government is calling on the nation to exercise restraint, efficiency, and resilience, it is both appropriate and necessary that we as leaders demonstrate shared sacrifice. This temporary adjustment to remuneration is not symbolic, not only symbolic, it is a deliberate signal of solidarity, of accountability, and responsible and responsive leadership. Honorable Speaker, sir, this measure is fully aligned with government's broader commitment to fiscal discipline and prudent expenditure management, reprioritization of resources towards essential services, strengthening economic resilience in times of crisis, and restoring confidence in public financial management. Since coming into office, the coalition government has consistently advanced reforms aimed at reducing expenditure, improving efficiency across the public sector, and ensuring that public resources are directed to areas of greatest national needs. This motion, and Mr. Speaker, sir, complements those efforts by reinforcing the principle that fiscal responsibility applies at all levels of leadership. Honorable Speaker, sir, government has already taken steps to mitigate the impacts of the fuel crisis, including prioritization of fuel allocation to essential services, strengthening supply chain coordination, supporting vulnerable sectors and communities, and advancing energy resilience and diversification strategies. The savings from this measure, while modest in fiscal terms, contribute to a broader framework of cost containment, resource reallocation, and crisis response readiness. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, sir, it strengthens public trust that government is acting decisively and fairly. Honorable Speaker, sir, let me emphasize that this is a temporary measure linked specifically to the duration of the fuel crisis, targeted intervention affecting only base salaries, and responsible adjustment undertaken within the provisions of the law. It does not compromise the functioning of government, but rather reinforces our commitment to serve with integrity and accountability. Honorable Speaker, sir, this motion transcends politics. It is about national responsibility, about collective leadership, and standing with the people during challenging times. It is therefore fitting that it applies across government and opposition and all members of this honorable House. In so doing, we send a unified message that in times of difficulty, we stand together and we act together. Honorable Speaker, sir, this measure reflects the values that must guide us in times of crisis: responsibility, discipline, solidarity, and leadership by example. It aligns with our national priorities, supports our fiscal strategy, and reinforces the trust placed in us by the people of Fiji. I therefore urge all honourable members to support this motion in the spirit of unity, resilience, and national service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. I am be guided by the floor, but for the moment I recognize Honourable Professor Biman Prasad first. Oh, yes, sir, Honourable Kumar.
Then I'll wait for you.
I'll favor the Honourable Kumar. Thank you.
That's sir. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in strong support of this motion. The Prime Minister's initiative to introduce the remuneration for all members of Parliament by 20% during this fuel crisis is necessary, but in my personal view, it is not enough. For Fiji, the Middle East crisis is already showing up in higher fuel prices. Talks on introducing an emergency electricity surcharge. And we've already seen Fiji Airways announcing it has started cutting the routes. And fear is that the cost of living will get worse. Because fuel is one single item that cuts across all sectors of the economy. And therefore, if the fuel prices go up, then of course it is going to affect the cost of living in our economy. Now, as of April 2021-2026, Cabinet has already approved the redeployment of $56 million within the existing 25-2026 budget. And that is in response to the impact of the global fuel crisis. These measures are welcomed, but they come at a cost of abandoning capital works that actually create jobs, and through job creation, government collects revenue. Cutting parliamentary salaries by 20% sends a message that those in position of privilege are willing to bear a proportionate burden alongside ordinary Fijians. And as the Prime Minister said, we as leaders must demonstrate shared responsibility. Mr. Speaker, sir, while I support the salary reduction, I must respectfully submit that a pay cut alone does not address the extravagant government expenditure, which has resulted in high government debt. Government debt will exceed $2.2 billion by July 2026. Public know that the government borrowing took place when the VAT was increased from 9 to 15% and later revised to 12.5%. This large sum of money generally went towards running the government, and less than 20% went towards capital work. Mr. Speaker, sir, what we need to do...
Point of order. Thank you. Right.
Right of point of order under 74.
74?
And the right of point of order under 74. And
Right.
the point of order that I submit is being breached is point of order 60. Speech must be relevant. Hold on a minute. Hold on. The motion, Mr. Speaker, is on the proposition by the Honourable Prime Minister for the reduction of salaries of all members of Parliament by 20%. The Honourable Member has gone on about debt reduction, debt levels, spending of government. That's absolutely not relevant to the point that, hold on a minute. We're not discussing budget. We're not discussing budget. This is political point scoring. This is what she's doing. She's suggesting that that the amount should be more than that. She said that in the, what's the amount that you're proposing? This is political point scoring. It's cheap. She should address the point that has been raised by the Honorable Prime Minister, 20% or more or not. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you. Just hear me out, honorable members. In fact, I was going to ask Honorable Kumar to specifically name a figure which would have amended this, right? Would have amended this, so that we are on the same track with everyone, that you say reduction. But I think there is a point of order also here, the fact that if you are going to talk about the wasters and everything else the government has done, we are not on that. We are on the reduction of the wages of the members of parliament. So if you can keep it at that, Honorable Kumar, I'll be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll take your words, but I am disappointed. Because the topic is, and the Prime Minister in his speech has talked about cutting expenses. And I'm responding to that. If Prime Minister had not mentioned the word expenses in his speech, if he would have just stuck to 20%, I would have accepted that, sir.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
You've made your ruling, Mr. Speaker. What is she trying to do? You've made the ruling, Mr. Speaker, that she needs to stick to the 20%.
Please just carry on, Honorable
Exactly.
Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm just proposing other ways of cutting costs. And let me explain that, sir. There are other ways of also reducing the cost. Right. And that money, at the moment, by cutting our pay by 20%, we are only saving $1 million. What will $1 million do? Who is playing politics here, sir? If we want to genuinely reduce the cost, we should be looking at the size of the cabinet. That's where the cost will come down. And I'm urging.
Now you're totally out of
Yes, sir.
right? Okay. Now you're totally out of order, right?
I know the rules.
You should be here in Parliament. Honorable Usmati. All right. Can I give you another chance to? Right. Thank you. All right. Let's move on to the next speaker, and I think Honorable Prasad, Professor Prasad.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I always like to speak after Honorable Kumar, so thank you for giving us this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the Honorable Prime Minister for bringing this motion to Parliament, and we totally support the 20% reduction in the salaries of the Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, Assistant Ministers, and Members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, just to respond to Honorable Kumar first before I say a few other things. But before that, let me say that the people of this country know that the salary of the Honorable Prime Minister had been reduced by 8,000 when the new salary structure was implemented for members of Parliament, Cabinet Ministers, Assistant Ministers as well, Mr. Speaker. The salary of the Finance Minister was reduced by 35,000 to 200,000, same as any other minister. The opposition leader's salary increased by 80,000 to 200,000. So did salaries of MPs.
Yes.
Point of order. The exact point of order that he talked about. The minister said we should just focus
One
on the
moment.
motion. Now he's going on about
Wait,
salary.
wait, I'll let you speak when I'm ready. Take a seat, Honorable Member. Now, yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Minister for Lands raised the point of order on relevance, and now the Honorable Biman Prasad is doing exactly what Honorable Kumar was doing. You can't take your food, you don't bring it up. Take your medicine. Same thing.
Take a seat, Honorable Usman. Carry on, Honorable Prasad.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me respond to Honorable Usman Mathe's most ridiculous and stupid point of order. The Honorable.
Yes, he needs to withdraw that word. I am an honorable member of parliament and I am not stupid. He has to retract that.
Order. Can you withdraw those words, Honorable Prasad?
I say I withdraw. I said stupid point of order, not him. Stupid.
No.
Mr. Speaker, let me say.
I know the
Let me
evening is
say
getting
that
long, but
it's
please,
about ridiculous.
Just take your time and we'll sort this out. Yes, sir, Honorable.
Most ridiculous point of order, because as you said quite rightly, Mr. Speaker, when you addressed the point of order by Honorable Basarongo, you said, talk about the percentage, talk about the reduction. I am actually talking about the salaries of members of parliament, leader of the opposition, cabinet ministers, prime minister, and the minister of finance. That is the relevance. I'm on the subject. And here is this man, crying foul like a wild,
Order.
I'm
sticking.
Order, sir. Relevance. The motion is not on the quantum of salary. It's on the percentage of a cut. So when you're talking about relevance, all you talk about is the 20%. That is then relevance. So the honorable member needs to focus his attention on that 20%. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Prasad.
Mr. Speaker, once again, when you talk about 20%, you can't talk about 20% of 20% in a vacuum. We have to talk about 20% of what? The people out there listening to us from this parliament want to know what this 20% means for each one of us in this parliament. And I have talked about the Prime Minister. I just didn't talk about the leader of the opposition. I said the Honorable Prime Minister had a reduction of 8,000. I said the Honorable Leader of the Opposition had an increase of 80,000. That's what I said, Mr. Speaker. And it's very relevant because that's...
Yes,
60.
One moment, Corrello Sao. You have the
61.
floor.
Relevance, Mr. Honorable Speaker, sir. The Honorable Prime Minister basically stated a 20% reduction on all the base salaries of parliamentarians from the Prime Minister to members of Parliament. Full stop.
Carry on, it's relevant.
So Mr. Speaker,
Carry on.
what I'm getting from the honorable members of the opposition is that they don't want the reduction. They don't want the people to know how much the reduction means from the base salary. So the motion of the Honorable Prime Minister is very clear. It says about the base salary. Prime Minister.
One moment, there's a point of order from Honorable Maharaj.
Honorable Speaker, 61 relevance. Honorable member is just assuming at the moment that opposition, they don't want a decrease. He cannot be assuming things. We haven't put this motion to vote, and he cannot assume it in his speech that we don't want a decrease.
No, I'm assuming the position of Honorable Kumar, that you are in support of the Prime Minister. It's a quantum, it's a number that is the issue.
Yes, sir.
Right?
But now he's saying that we are not supporting. He's assuming that we are not supporting that.
I didn't read that the way you read.
Yes. He said it, sir. It's in the verbatim now, sir. He has to withdraw that, sir.
One moment, let me see.
It's an assumption.
saying it in the context that, that I'm just exactly speaking on the Honorable Prime Minister's motion. If you look at that very carefully, the motion, it says 20% of the base salaries as set out in Part A of the schedule. And, Mr. Speaker, anyone with the right frame of mind speaking in this Parliament with respect to the motion would actually talk about what this 20% means. The people out there want to know what this 20% means. And that's precisely what I was saying, laying out in support of the motion, that 20% reduction from the base salary and how we had come to the base salary is now going to mean for our people, Mr. Speaker said. So, you know, it was very simple. And as the Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker, this is an ideal opportunity to show that the elected representatives of the people are empathizing with all Fijians during this global fuel crisis. And it is important for us to make this reduction as an indication of what the government and what the Honorable Prime Minister has already announced. And Honorable Kumar talked about some of those issues. For example, she talked about 56 million redeployment. That was part of the package that the government announced.
Yes, I think we'll keep away after I have disallowed her to discuss further.
Yeah.
Can you just...
Yeah, no, I'm
stick
just making the
straight and
reference,
narrow.
Mr. Speaker, say, with
I'll
what
handle this.
Honorable Kumar said. So, Mr. Speaker, say, the salaries of the Honorable Prime Minister, the cabinet ministers, from the base salary that was approved as part of the emoluments motion here, supported by some of the members of the opposition, that 20% reduction is based on that base salary. That's what I'm trying to explain. So the Honorable Prime Minister's base salary at that motion was reduced by 8,000. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition salary was increased by 80,000. Honorable members' salaries were increased from 50 to 95,000. So 20% reduction, Mr. Speaker, is that on that new base.
One moment, Honorable Prasad. Yes, Honorable Usamati. What
He
do you
is
think
going
this time?
around trying to talk about the salary of the LOP, what happened to the change. This motion is a 20% reduction on salaries as they are now. That's all it is. It's just trying to go around in circles to muddy the water. This is completely irrelevant if you apply the same measuring sticks you applied to him as you applied to the Honorable Kumar. If you want to go down that route, let's stick to it and stay there.
Thank you, Honorable Prasad. I will go along with Honorable Usamati's observation. You keep to the narrow.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to argue anymore. All I'm saying is I'm speaking on the motion of the Honorable Prime Minister, which talked about base salaries. And therefore, in the interest of the people of this country who are watching us, it is important to give them the full information. And 20% reduction on what? On what? This is what I was saying. But, Mr. Speaker, I've made my point. I think the people listening out there will understand. I think they know what the opposition is always up to. And the point of order that they raised is very good because the people out there will understand what they were trying to do. So with those words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion by the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. The Leader of the Opposition.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I want to move an amendment motion.
Thank you. Amendment motion is being proposed. I will, can I have, you have a draft amendment there so I can have a look at it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I move that pursuant to Standing Orders 104, an amendment to the motion by the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister for Civil Service and Strategic Planning and Statistics, the motion be amended by deleting the words 20% wherever they appear and substituting them with the words 50%.
I second the motion, sir.
There is an amendment proposed amendment from the Leader of the Opposition for consideration by the mover, and that that pursuant to Standing Order 104, that allows for amendments generally, as you will see from your standing orders. The amendment to the motion by the Prime Minister, and that is the deletion of the 20% as it presently appears in the question. 20% be replaced by 50%. 50%. Right? I can open the floor for discussion on the amendment if you wish. And if that is the case, there will be a seconder. Is there a seconder?
I second the motion, sir.
Second the motion to the amendment to the Prime Minister's motion. So I'll open the floor for, yes? We'll open the floor. We'll allow we'll allow the Leader of the Opposition to speak on his amendment. You may do so.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. The name or the office of the Leader of the Opposition is now brought into the debate. Definitely, we stood on principle in the last, when this was passed in May of 2024, based on the submission that was made, because in most jurisdictions, the office of the opposition is also equivalent, opposition leader, sorry, equivalent to cabinet posts. It did not happen during the Fiji First government, and that was corrected when we had the last debate. And of course, we admitted that, Honourable Speaker, sir. It's not about Inyas Ratu, it's about the office of the opposition leader. We stood on that principle, Honourable Speaker, sir. So a 50% reduction will bring the salary of the opposition leader from 200,000 to 100,000. The previous salary, base salary for the opposition leader was 120,000 in the last. I don't know whether the other members of the opposition will support me on this, but I'm proposing for a 50% pay cut for all parliamentarians. It starts with sacrifice, as the Honourable Prime Minister has stated. Leadership by example. Let's lead by example.
Thank you.
That is my motion, Honourable Speaker, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I will open the floor for debate on the amendments. Yes.
So I fully support the motion. I think we came here in good spirits to support the Prime Minister. And we had the former Deputy Prime Minister try to have a go, even though the Honourable Member said here, we support this. We understand the need for this. But it was important for us to send the context in which all these changes are happening. These changes and the depth and the size of the problem is not only because of what's happening in the Straits of Hormuz. All those problems are built up on other things that already exist in our country that exacerbated it. And in our attempt to be able to try to articulate on that, which the Honorable Pramila Kumar will cut short and try to be belittled. We, in this motion, we're saying, if we have to do it, let's do it. You guys will lose. We already have less pay. We don't have the fancy travel and all of that. So we're willing to go there if we need to do it. But let me get back to this, Mr. President. We are willing to support that motion. But the manner in which the debate has gone is trying to denigrate us. We need to go to the full extent. 50%, let's go 50%. 50% of your cabinet. Get rid of 50% of your cabinet. Get rid of the 50% of those fancy black vehicles. It's the same thing. Are you willing? That's hogwash. Maybe my learned friend does not wish to go down this 50% route. This side of the House is prepared to do it. We just not talk. We are willing to make the sacrifice. If you want to do the sacrifice, let's do it. All the way.
Honorable Samantha, point of order from...
Point of order again, this very same standing order that the honourable member relied on earlier, he is now raising it again under Standing Order 60 for relevance. He has now raised about cutting the size of cabinet and other things. We are talking about the salaries. Again, stick to salaries, Honourable Samate. These are your words. I'm giving it back to you. And also, Honourable Speaker, he uses the term hogwash. He pulls up what Honourable Prasad said about using the word stupid standing order. All the time he throws hogwash. Now another member uses it. Now he's imputing improper motive, saying he doesn't support it, the 50% pay cut. The very same standing order, Honourable Samate. Please apply what you say. So he needs to withdraw what he said.
Yes, Honourable Tambuya, I accept your point of order. I think you went off the track there, Honourable Usamati. Let's get this House talking about the amendments, right? And already there is support for the amendments, and I'm asking for any further intervention on the amendment. I ask the Deputy Prime Minister, William Ngabo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we have a crisis on hand, and we have to deal with it in a serious, responsible manner. Not the grand politicking that we see from the other side. You know, they know very well that this will be defeated, but they already look at the headlines tomorrow. You know, the opposition wants 50, government gets 20%, wants 20%. It's cheap. It is cheap. And you know, we were all there with COVID. What did we do? What did we do with COVID? 20%. We all agreed. You know, and COVID was more serious than what we have today. And not even the seriousness of it. It's just the attitude. Just the attitude that you're displaying today is really pathetic. It's really poor, Honourable Speaker. In good faith, we want to do what we need to do to provide leadership to the country. That we are taking necessary measures that hopefully everyone in this country can start realizing the difficulties that we face and act accordingly. And here we are. What should have been an easy, responsible motion that has precedent. We've done it in the past. And you want to play politics with it. It's really sad. So I'm against the amendment, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Honourable Bulithabu. Oh, I recognize the Prime Minister first for his...
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to speak on against the amendment, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to urge this Honourable House to respect the House, what we're here for. We're here, Mr. Speaker, sir, to legislate for the country. How many of those people that we work for and we lead and we legislate for are still in their office now at this time? Some, if they're there, they will expect overtime pay. They're not being given overtime pay. They're only given time off in lieu of overtime pay. Speaker, sir, I have worked for almost 60 years now. I can afford the 50% cut, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I must consider all the other members and all the other government workers out there who rely on us to legislate wisely on their well-being, etc. I, Mr. Speaker, sir, cannot support this amendment.
Thank you. Honorable Mulitabu, do you wish to take the floor? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I will speak in support of the motion by the Honorable Prime Minister, and that is on the 20%. And let's go back on the history of reduction or deduction in this Parliament. Since 2014, we had our first pay cut back after TC Winston. The opposition then had a 10% pay cut. I don't remember, I don't recall whether the government had a pay cut, but the opposition suggested a 10% pay cut, and we took that direction. And secondly, during COVID, we had a 20% pay cut, and that took us for how many years? For 4 years, until 2024, when the Emoluments Committee decided to review the Remuneration Act, and that was reviewed.
As to the relevance of what the Honourable Minister is talking about, we're talking about this particular motion. He's going around in
We talk about the amendments here, right? And how is trying to justify the 50% due is being made the amendments by the Leader of the Opposition, and how they fit into the scheme of things as far as this is his concern from the past, right? It's quite different, slightly different from the way we were talking about the variations of figures before, as raised from the other side. I'll allow him. Continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Then this one. For a long time, the opposition then, I think some of the members of the opposition now are young MPs. And they will be also surprised of this motion, probably moved here or consulted with them. And again, we should also think about the responsibility we carry as representative of the people and the services we provide. And one of the rationale behind the changes that was brought in through the Emoluments Committee in 2024 was to strengthen our services or public service to the community and the constituency that we serve. Some will come to us and say, I voted for you. Nobody knows who voted for you, who didn't vote for you, but you just need to help, give a new other person that they look up to. And that is the, when we want to play politics at this level on this percentage, what we should also realize is the wisdom as leaders in making these kind of decisions, where not to undermine the services we provide. That's why I support the 20% reduction, the percentage by the Honourable Prime Minister. That is reasonable. That needs to be done. We so lead by example. At the same time, too, we should also not be limited in our services to the people. We can go out there and play our various narrative after this debate, say that we wanted a 50%, and the government wanted only 20%. That will happen after this debate tonight. But again, I seek our wisdom as leaders, that we make decisions for the people and also for the office and the services that we carry. And this is an opportunity where the Honourable Prime Minister stated in his opening address, it's above politics, this motion. It's for national leadership to come together, to walk across the floor. We may have some differences, but it's time to start somewhere, and we start here. We all agree that the fuel crisis is there, and we have taken the first step as national leaders.
With those words, sir, I support the motion by the Prime Minister.
Thank you. The House will proceed to a vote. The right of reply from Honorable Seru Ratu. My apologies. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I'll be very brief with my right of reply. Let me just assure the Honorable Prime Minister that we came here in good faith and we were willing to totally support the 20%. But I knew, during my appreciation as a military officer, former military officer, that I'm going to be personally attacked by some members of the House. And that did happen. So I would allow all members of the House to vote on conscience. I don't have to apply pressure on the members of the opposition for that 50% pay cut. Because I anticipated that this was going to come again on me, Honorable Speaker, sir, and that is why I'm willing to start that process of let's go back, get the opposition leader's office to below the 120 that was there before, get it down to 100,000. That's why I'm proposing the 50%. And secondly, let me remind government, Honorable Speaker, sir, I've never raised this, but I'll raise it today. This is the determination of Parliament. 30th May 2024. It involves the Speaker's office and also the opposition. You promised to provide official residence for the opposition leader. I've never asked for that, Honorable Speaker, sir. All these years, it's there. Nobody has ever approached the opposition leader to say, there's the quarters there for you. The Speaker is still living out there in Howell Road. That's there in this determination of Parliament. So, Honorable Speaker, sir, this is why.
Point of order. Let's not drag our discussion.
60 paragraph 1. So we are focusing on the amendment. On amendment on salaries, not other non-salary items which is bring up. Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker, sir. So, again, let's lead by example. Let's all sacrifice and vote for the 50% pay cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the members, we will vote on the amendment. On the amendment as submitted by the Leader of the Opposition. I will read you the amendment. As per given by the Leader of the Opposition, that Parliament makes a determination to suspend the remuneration of the following positions by 50% of the base salaries as set out in Part A of the schedule to the Gazette Notice number 516 of 2024 on the determination of the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji for the duration of the fuel crisis situation. A, the Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers. B, Assistant Ministers. C, Leader of the Opposition. And D, Members of Parliament. I will entertain a vote by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And all those who say no say nay. No. The nay have it. The amendment is defeated. We will now proceed with the original motion as submitted by the Honorable Prime Minister. Are there any further I would not like to open the floor again. We will proceed to vote on the original motion. And I'll read the motion just for the benefit of everybody, that Parliament makes a determination to suspend the remuneration of the following positions by 20% of the base salaries as set out in Part A of the schedule to the Gazette Notice number 516 of 2024 on the determination of the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji for the duration of the fuel crisis. The Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers, A, B, Assistant Ministers, C, Leader of the Opposition, and D, Members of Parliament. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. I thank the honourable members. We still have a mile to walk. You'll bear with me. There is further items on our agenda. First, I will call on the Prime Minister, next item, to move his second motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank the honourable members for their support of the other motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that in addition to the resolution of Parliament on Thursday, the 18th of July, 2025, that Parliament approves the following members of Parliament to be included in the Special Committee on Sugar Industry: A, the Honourable Tomasi Tunumbuna, Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry, and B, the Honourable Sekiusa Tumbuna, Assistant Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Leader of the Government in the House. I now invite the Honourable Prime Minister to speak on his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sorry to be keeping the honourable members this long. Mr. Speaker, sir, this motion is to just add this additional members of Parliament and Minister to the committee that we had set up. It is both a practical and necessary amendment. It strengthens the committee's ability to deliver on its mandate at a time when the sugar industry requires coordinated leadership, technical depth, and whole-of-government alignment. The challenges before us are very, very huge. We have a declining production in our sugar. We have climate vulnerability. We have inefficiencies in milling, land tenure complexities, and rural economic pressures are multidimensional. They cannot be addressed through fragmented approaches. Strengthening the committee's composition ensures direct sector leadership and accountability. It improves policy coordination across government, enhanced technical oversight and implementation focus, and stronger linkage between Parliament, the executive, and the industry stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, sir, the inclusion of the Honourable Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry is both strategic and indispensable. The sugar industry sits at the intersection of agriculture and land productivity, water management and irrigation systems, create climate resilience and disaster risks, and rural livelihoods and economic development. Honourable Tunumbuna brings sectoral leadership, direct responsibility for the policy direction, performance, and reform of the sugar industry. Technical operational insight, deep understanding of agricultural systems, cane production cycles, and farmer challenges. Implementation authority, ability to translate committee recommendations into actionable government intervention. And stakeholder engagement, established engagement with growers, millers, cooperatives, and rural communities. Its inclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, ensures that the committee is not only deliberative, but also implementation-driven, bridging policy with on-the-ground realities. Justification for inclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, the inclusion of the Honorable Assistant Minister, Tumbuna, names are too close, Honorable Secretary Tumbuna, from the Office of the Prime Minister, as a critical layer of strategic coordination and governance oversight. The sugar industry is not solely an agricultural issue, it is a national development priority. It's linked to rural poverty reduction, linked to economic diversification, linked to export earnings and social stability in the western and northern divisions of Fiji. Honorable Tumbuna contributes whole of government coordination, ensuring alignment across ministries, including finance, infrastructure, trade, and rural development. Policy integration, linking sugar sector reform to the National Development Plan 2025-2029 and Vision 2050. Strategic oversight, supporting evidence-based decision-making, and performance monitoring and institutional linkages, strengthening coordination between Parliament, Cabinet, and implementing agencies. His role ensures that the work of the committee is strategically anchored, coherent, and aligned with broader government policies. Speaker, sir, I'm stating the obvious, and I commend the motion for the House.
Thank the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. I have a list with me. I think I'll first call on the Honourable Wasserama to speak on the motion.
Papers. Honourable Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister to include the following members to the Special Parliamentary Committee on Sugar. The Honourable Kamasi Tunumbuna, the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry, and the Honourable Sekiusa Tumbuna, Assistant Minister at the Office of the Prime Minister. Honourable Speaker, sir, since the sugar industry portfolio now has been merged together with the Ministry of Agriculture and Waterways, Ministry, by that, the nature of that very merger must be included as a member of the committee. We all understand, Mr. Speaker, that the sugar industry is facing significant phenomenal challenges, including production recovery, lease renewal, climate resilience, farmer support, and industry coordination. As the minister that is now directly responsible for the sector, it is only important that he contributes to the discussion, the oversight, the policy coordination undertaken through this committee. As for the Honourable Sekiusa Tumbuna, comes surely with great experience, not only in the area of agriculture, but also in the area of finance and the area of coordination and project planning and management. The re-establishment of the committee, Mr. Speaker, was an important step in strengthening parliamentary oversight and ensuring greater coordination within the industry that at this moment really requires parliamentary intervention. The motion simply strengthens that framework by ensuring that the Ministry of Sugar Industry, now merged together with Agriculture and Waterways, responsible for sugar industry is directly represented within the committee. Honourable Speaker, sir, the sugar industry remains important to our rural economy and to a largest extent to our national economy, but more so in the livelihoods of thousands of cane farming families. And the government of Fiji remains committed to working together with all stakeholders to support the long-term sustainability, even to the revival of this industry. I commend the Honourable Prime Minister for bringing forward this motion, and I urge all honourable members to support it. Mr. Speaker, sir, I fully support the motion.
Thank you. The Honourable Masarong. I recognize Honourable Fayaz. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Honourable Speaker, just at the outset, just like to inform you, sir, that I speak on behalf of everybody in the opposition, and obviously we won't need the hour because we agree to what's in the content of the motion, sir. I think the two persons that are being appointed are very commendable appointments. They have a lot of knowledge between them. But there is one question that the Honourable Prime Minister, to the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Prime Minister, I see that it is the Minister, the new Minister for Sugar, Honourable Tomasi Tunambuna, but the space that is occupied by the previous Minister for Sugar is still on the committee. We wanted to know whether it's a replacement. This is the question from the Leader of Opposition, whether it's a replacement or he still, as the Minister for Multi-Ethnic Affairs, he still continues to sit. Thank you, sir. That's all. That was the only query. But otherwise, we support the motion, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Professor Biman Prasad, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for the motion, and I know that the new Minister for Sugar, Honourable Tunambuna, and my friend, Honourable Sekisa Tumbuna. I don't want to confuse the last names. This is a very important committee, Mr. Speaker, and again, I want to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for bringing this committee to fruition. This committee was always there, except for a long period of time under the previous government. And I think the industry is going through a very critical period. We see the global price of sugar, raw sugar, declining. And as a small sugarcane producing nation, we obviously look for solutions to ensure that the livelihood of at least 200,000 people who are directly or indirectly dependent on the industry are looked after. And the importance of the committee, notwithstanding the two gentlemen who would be joining this committee, who have the experience, who have the knowledge, and I know especially my friend Honourable Sekisa Tumbuna, who's done a lot of work previously as part of FAO and his international understanding of commodity pricing, etc., would bring a lot of information to the committee. So the other important thing, of course, with this committee is that the opposition and the government will be working together to ensure that we do the right thing by the industry and not engage in petty politicking that we saw happen for some time. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion by the Honourable Prime Minister and thank him again for getting this committee going forward and making sure that we are able to deal with some of the critical issues in the industry as part of Parliament and as a collective effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank Honorable Professor Biman Prasad. I will now call on the chair, on Prime Minister to speak in reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I thank all the honorable members who have contributed to this motion, and reiterate that during his time serving as the Assistant Minister in the Prime Minister's office, the Honorable Tumbuna has had a lot of interactions with the farmers in the rural areas, bringing to me or bringing to the Prime Minister's office requests for assistance to the farmers in mechanization of some of the small farms. And the Honorable Tumbuna has come in as the Minister responsible for agriculture and sugar industry. Therefore, those additions are very logical and can be supported, and I commend the motion before the House.
Thank the Honorable Prime Minister. The Parliament will now vote. The question is that in addition to the resolution of Parliament on Thursday, 18th of July 2025, that Parliament approves for the following members to be included in the Special Committee on Sugar Industry. A, Honorable Thomas Itunambuna, the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Sugar Industry, and B, Honorable Sekiusa Tumbuna, Assistant Minister for Office of the Prime Minister. Does any member oppose the motion? If no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. We'll move on to the next motion. I will call on the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, the Honorable Ilyas Manawalu, to move his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I move that Parliament debates the review report on the 2023 Tokay Land Trust Board annual report. It was tabled on the 13th of March 2026.
Is there a seconder?
Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable Mura, second. I now invite the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs to speak on his motion.
Honorable Speaker, sir, the Tokay Land Trust Board is the statutory body established under the Tokay Land Trust Act 1940 to administer and manage 91% of Fiji land, which is owned communally by the Tokay people. The board acts as a trustee on behalf of the landowners, issuing leases, collecting and distributing the leases money, protecting landowners' interests, and facilitating land development. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee in its deliberation highlighted the following recommendation. The committee recommends that TLTB should implement and enhance arrears recovery strategy, including structural payment plans, automated digital reminder and incentive scheme for early settlement. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee recommends the establishment of a joint TLTB Housing Monitoring Committee to enforce efficient delivery of development timelines and ensure accountability. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee recommends that TLTB to initiate a holistic legislative review covering ALTA, the Tokay Land Trust Act, and other related laws to establish the Inter-Ministerial Land Policy Alignment Task Force to coordinate future amendments and prevent cross-legislative conflicts. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee recommends that TLTB must work with landowners to renew all sugarcane leases that will be expired by 2030. Finally, the committee recommends that TLTB to enhance the whole of government's coordination of maximize TLTB's contribution of Fiji long-term growth and position TLTB as a regional leader in customary land administration through structural training, advisory support to benefit the landowners. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Social Affairs Committees conclude that the review report highlighted significant challenges, including rent arrears, delays in development leases, and legislative misalignment that requires urgent and coordinated action. Mr. Speaker, sir, with continued collaboration among TLTBs on government agencies, landowners, tenants, this effort will support more effective land administration and contribute to the long-term social and economic well-being of Itoke communities. On that note, Honourable Speaker, sir, I thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
I thank the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs. I will now invite honourable members from the floor to the debate. I have a list of speakers here with me. I'll call first on the honourable leader of the opposition, Honourable Seriratu.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to be very brief in my contribution to the motion that's on the floor. First, I acknowledge the work of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs for this excellent report. And I also convey our appreciation to Mr. Solomon Inata and the senior management, the executives, and the management of TLTB for continuing to pursue and carry out the very important role that the TLTB is given under the Trust Act of 1940. As we all agree, and as stated by the mover of the motion, that they look after about 91% of the total land coverage in Fiji. I'll just speak on a few of the issues that are in the findings, and of course in the recommendations as well. One is just the rent arrears. I know that this has been an issue for so long, and Lands Department has done a good job in recovering these arrears, and I hope that TLTB can do the same as well and probably coordinate with the Lands Ministry on the system that they are using. But of course, it's so important because it does affect the entire operations of TLTB, because they need the money, not only for their day-to-day operations, but of course, given that they are now diversifying into other investment projects for the Ito case, it will be important for these rent arrears to be collected. On 3.3, in the key findings, Honourable Speaker, sir, and that's also in 4.3 of the recommendations, the issue about the misalignment that exists between the Itoke Land Trust Act and ALTA. And I hope that the Honourable Minister probably will, I'm sure they are looking into this. That is why CBUL, the Committee on the Better Utilization of Land, was established way back in 2009, given the experience that we went through, knowing then that under ALTA, we are only allowed to pay 6% of the unimproved capital value. Government then decided to top up that 6% to 10% of the unimproved capital value, and the landowners have benefited significantly. I don't have the exact figure now, but it's well over 100 million now in terms of that 4% top up to that 6%. And I hope that if this can be expedited, particularly because comparing this to the land bank, they are on the market value, whereas with the ALTA, it's still on the 6% unimproved capital value. But through CBUL, Committee on the Better Utilization of Land, that has been topped up to 10%, but that is a temporary measure. The other issue, Honourable Speaker, sir, is the Wealth Fund. This is appreciated. The Honourable Minister for Lands spoke passionately about the new direction in which we are empowering Itokais. And of course, this is very, very important. And I've noted as well, Honourable Speaker, sir, the reduction in the poundage. Thank you, Honourable Minister, because I recall that years back when we started, poundage was around 25%. It's coming down now, and we are thankful for that. And just on the digital, and I think every organization, institution is going that direction, and that will also help in terms of the service delivery. That's my short contribution. And once again, I thank the committee, thank the Minister of Itoke Affairs, Honourable Minister, and the CEO and his team in ITLTB. Pinak.
Thank the Leader of the Opposition. I will now ask, invite the Minister for Itoke Affairs, Honourable Ibrahim Abasso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to respond to the report of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Social Affairs concerning the Itoke Land Trust Board Annual Report of 2023. I wish to acknowledge the Chair, person, and the members of the Standing Committee for their scrutiny of the report and the constructive recommendation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Itoke Land Trust Board plays a critical role in the administration of over 90% of Fiji land, areas held under Itoke ownership. Its mandate is to ensure that this land are administered efficiently, that landowners receive fair economic return, and that lands continue to contribute meaningfully to the national development. The recommendations of the committee have been taken seriously, and I'm pleased to inform this House that significant progress has been made since the reporting period. Mr. Speaker, on rent areas recovery, since 2024, the Itoke Land Trust Board has implemented comprehensive and multi-pronged areas recovery program. Community awareness programs have also been undertaken alongside collaboration with financial institutions to establish unsecured loan facilities that allow tenants in areas to regularize their payment. These efforts have delivered measurable results. Rent areas have been reduced significantly from approximately 31.6 million at the beginning of 2025 to 12.6 million by December 2025, representing 60% reduction and exceeding the board recovery targets. Mr. Speaker, on the joint monitoring and mechanism between the Itoke Land Trust Board and the Ministry of Housing, progress has been made in strengthening coordinations and monitoring of development leases, particularly those issues to housing agencies. The board has intensified monitoring, undertaking site inspection, and engaged directly with Ministry of Housing, Public Rental Board, and other stakeholders regarding stalled development leases. Additionally, the government Tadirua Phase 2 development, expected to deliver 297 residential lots by 2026, is progressing with facilitation support from PLTB. Mr. Speaker, on holistic legislative review of land legislation, I'm pleased to announce that the Ministry of Agriculture is currently reviewing the ALTA and also looking at the UCV, which has been last reviewed in 2011. Mr. Speaker, on sugar cane lease that will expire, the board has already adopted a proactive policy of engaging both tenant and landowners 5 to 10 years before lease expiry, allow efficiency time for discussions and negotiations. However, it must be emphasized that lease renewal decisions ultimately remains the prerogative of the landowners, considering include tenant compliance, productivity and conditions of the land, and the development aspirations of the land owning units. Mr. Speaker, the TLTB remains commitment to supporting food security and agricultural sustainability, respect the rights and aspirations of the landowners, safeguarding the livelihood of farming families, and ensuring stable, fair, and transparent land tenure arrangement for the future. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ensure this Honourable House that the recommendations of the Standing Committee have been taken seriously and that a substantial progress has been made across most areas identified. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank the Minister for Ethiopian Affairs. I call on Honorable Rina Sharma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion before the House. The Constitution protects 91% of Fiji's land for the Itoke people. It is not just a legal fact, that is the bedrock of trust on which every cane field, every resort, every factory, every dream in this country must be built. The 2023 Itoke Land Trust Board report confirms what too many forget. TLTB administrators 55,224 leases, generates an estimate of 120 million annually, and supports more than 7,747 land-owning units. This is not symbolic land. This is productive economic infrastructure, and our landowners are not bystanders to this economy. They are its founding shareholders. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've stood in this House before and spoken of ethanol-based fuel. I did so because I could see the storm clouds, wars escalating, trade routes constricting, fuel and oil corridors becoming the choke points of global commerce. The closing of these routes is the last resort of a world economy in crisis, and it strikes closest to the heart of trade. Fiji Airways has already proven the case. Their flights have flown on ethanol-blended fuel, and what works at 30,000 feet can work in our buses, our cane trucks, and our tourism fleet. And every drop of fuel we grow on Fijian soil is a dollar that stays in Fijian hands. This is not environmentalism. As Mr. Speaker said, this is economic sovereignty. When we look at the trade stats, Honorable Speaker, livestock and vegetables and crops imported are at an estimate amount of 700 million annually, and when we have abundant land to plant this, and every dollar goes into the pockets of the landowners. This is exactly why this committee recommends the renewal of leases. More than 1,000 sugarcane leases expire by 2030. If we let those leases lapse without vision, we do not just lose cane, we lose the potential of ethanol production, we lose exports, we lose jobs, we lose the brain power of a generation that will look elsewhere for opportunity. Renewing leases is not just an act of good faith, it is the most direct economic stimulus we have within our reach. Honorable Speaker, when leases are not renewed, people either migrate and those who can't are pushed into the squatter settlements. And then they depend on government welfare and support. And Honorable Sashi Kiran has, I think, put out the numbers of the people on welfare support and social protection of 108,000, I believe. This is a number not to celebrate. Now let me speak plainly of our landowners. They deserve more than rent checks. They deserve a seat at the investment table. Ownership, Mr. Speaker, sir, is rights, and what follows rights is responsibility. To own this land is to steward this economy. To inherit the boundaries of the Matangali is to inherit a duty to the next generation. We must build a better Fiji, the Fijian way, and present that Fiji confidently to the world. But responsibility cut both ways. While we secure the rights of landowners, we must also protect those who invest. When an investor places, for example, $20 million on the line, they pledge their assets, their reputation, their family's future as security. If we walk away from these leases without proper valuation and fair settlement, we don't just lose one investor. We can lose every possible future investor watching from across the Pacific. The fix is simple economics. Where leases cannot be renewed, conduct proper evaluation, pay out the investor fairly, and allow the land-owning units to proceed and build and progress. Security for the leaser and security for the lessee. That is how risk falls and investment rises. That is simple economics. And this, Mr. Speaker, sir, is where multiculturalism becomes the greatest economic asset. The Itoke landowner, the Itoke businessman, the Indo-Fijian farmer, the Chinese entrepreneur, the European partner, together they form the supply chain of our prosperity. Multiculturalism brings capital, brings markets, brings innovation. It reverses brain drain by giving our young people reasons to stay and gives our diaspora reasons to come home. Every tourist arrival, every export shipment, every joint venture is multiculturalism converted into GDP. Consider the proof already on the books. The TLTB Wealth Fund has grown to 26.1 million, with $5 million already dispersed to landowners. And for agricultural empowerment, 1 million has been repaid. This is what economic empowerment looks like when trust replaces division. Honorable Speaker, in closing, let us renew leases, renew faith, and renew our economic compact. Let us protect the indigenous and welcome people from all backgrounds. Let us turn 91% of our land into 100% of our potential, because a divided Fiji is a poorer Fiji, but a united, multicultural Fiji, that is a nation that the world will line up to do business with. I thank the committee for all their key findings and recommendations. Vinaka Vakalevu, and may God bless our land.
Thank the Honorable Rene Sharma. The last contribution is from the Honorable Chese Saukuru. You have the floor, sir.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to acknowledge and thank the Chairman and members of the Social Affairs Committee for their dedication in compiling this comprehensive report. At the outset, I take this opportunity to commend the Fiji government, the Itoke Land Trust Board, for revising a list money distribution policy. The reinstatement of this structured, hierarchy-based system, moving away from the previous 100% equal distribution among all clan members, is a significant and positive step. This policy change was designed to better support our traditional leaders in carrying out their roles and responsibilities. Prior to 2011, traditional leaders received 30% of list income until the introduction of the equal rent distribution policy. Under the current revised structure, distribution is as follows: 7% for the Turangani Matangali, 5% to Turangani Avusa, 3% to the Turangani Toke. The remaining 85% distributed equally among all registered members. This move has been widely welcomed by our traditional leaders. Honorable Speaker, as a member from Ba Province, I wish to highlight three key areas from this report. One, financial performance and the Wealth Fund. While we acknowledge the board's efforts in increasing income from 22 million in 2022 to $24 million in 2023, we note that this growth is largely attributed to the increase in the total deduction rate or the poundage from 10% to 18%. This 18% deduction is comprised of 8% of operating poundage for administrative and operational costs, and 10% allocated to the Landowners Welfare Fund. This wealth fund, also referred to as the Tauke Development Fund, is intended to support compensation for improvements on expiring leases and to finance landowners' business ventures. Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the landowners, we call for a more proactive approach by the board in establishing landowner cooperatives to better access this fund, prioritizing assistance in proportion to landowners' contributions. And the wealth fund must not only grow, they must reach the people. Furthermore, a shift towards a more efficient open market valuation of land, as highlighted in this report, will contribute to sustainable income growth. Second, significant rent areas. Honourable Speaker, 27.75 million in unpaid rent remains a serious concern. These areas are largely concentrated in residential and agricultural leases, directly impacting landowner returns. Additionally, the 48 development leases referenced in the Ministry of Housing Community Development Review Report 2018 to 2019 further compound this issue. We urge government to recognize the goodwill of landowners who have often provided land to families in urgent need of housing and to facilitate the formalization of these residential arrangements. At the same time, we call on the Tauke Land Trust Board to strengthen its enforcement and collection mechanisms to recover outstanding areas owed to landowners. Third, landowner commercial investments. Honourable Speaker, while we support the board's efforts to strengthen its commercial arm, including Gallimar Roy Holding Pte Limited and its property developments, we stress that this must not divert from its core mandate, empowering landowners to actively participate in business. Historically, most provincial companies in Fiji were established during the SWT government under the Honourable Prime Minister to serve as commercial arms of the 14 provincial councils with the purpose of facilitating indigenous Fijian participation in the formal economy. It is our firm belief that the board should actively support these provincial companies, whether through contributions from the Wealth Fund or through the allocation of under-18 leased funds. For Mbaa province alone, under-18 leased contributions amount to approximately 7.9 million annually. These funds are currently being invested elsewhere, despite the existence of the Mbaa Provincial Holding Company Limited, a fully owned entity of the people of Mbaa, representing 593 landowning units and key provincial stakeholders. We, therefore, call on the board to channel these funds into respective provincial companies to strengthen business development at both the provincial level and within land-owning units. Honourable Speaker, in closing, this report shows progress. It shows potential and also missed opportunities. I thank the Social Affairs Committee and again commend the report. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, the Honourable Sokuru, for his contribution. I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee to speak in reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The committee noted the positive contribution made by all the honourable members during this debate on the review report of 2023 Tauke Land Trust Board Annual Report. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to thank the board members, the Chief Executive Officer and the staff of Tauke Land Trust Board Fiji-wide for their commitments, dedication, unwavering support, which have been instrumental to the successful operation of ETL-TB. Mr. Speaker, sir, I humbly request that the Ministry, for the successful implementation of our recommendation put forward by the Standing Committee on Social Affairs. On that note, sir, I fully support the motion before the House.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes the motion, is agreed to unanimously. Moving right along to the next item, I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Honorable Mano Kamkamida, to move his motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move that Parliament debates the review report on the audit report on the provincial councils, Volume 7, which was tabled on the 13th of March, 2026.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable Maharaj, I now invite the chairperson of the Standing Committee to speak on his motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts to introduce the motion for the House with regard to the review of the audit report for the Provincial Councils, Volume 7, Parliamentary Paper number 21 of 2026, Honorable Speaker. This report represents the committee's continued oversight of public finances and our statutory responsibilities to ensure accountability, transparency, sound governance in the use of public resources. The committee review focuses on the financial audits of the provincial councils as reported by the Auditor General and examines the progress made and the persistent challenges that require urgent attention. Honorable Speaker, the provincial councils are established under law under the Tauke Affairs Act of 1944 and the Tauke Affairs Provincial Councils Regulations of 1996. They play a central role in promoting the welfare, development, and good governance of Itauke communities throughout the nation. Under Regulation 33, the Auditor General is mandated to audit the accounts of all provincial councils with draft financial statements required by the 1st of April of each following financial year. The Auditor General is expected to table the reports in Parliament under Section 152 of the Constitution, thereby enabling the oversight that is currently underway. Honorable Speaker, I have to say that from the public accounts perspective, there are two areas of concern from our perspective currently. One is the provincial councils and the financials. The second, of course, is the town councils, Honorable Speaker. The Volume 7 before us is the most recent update on the financial statements, Honorable Speaker. 32 financial statements are being covered for the years, ranging for the financial years between 2017 and 2022. And I have to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that audit backlogs are now being resolved, which started at 19 years and is now between 2 to 6 years in terms of delays, Honorable Speaker. And we are confident, should we continue with the persistent effort of monitoring, oversight, collaboration with the provincial councils, the Auditor General, and the Public Accounts Committee, we will see that in time, significant progress by improvements in terms of the accounts. And I have to say, Honorable Speaker, that that was becoming evident in terms of the report. Honorable Speaker, I will leave the detailed debate to the members of the House. However, on behalf of the Public Committee, I urge the House to support the motion before us. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I call now on the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Siruratu, for his contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I thank the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee and the committee members for the review of the audit report on provincial councils. Very interesting report, Honorable Speaker, sir, and I hope that the ministry, although they have made some commitments in here on improving on the areas of deficiency, I hope that this will continue, and of course we demand more as well from the management and the leadership This is not a new thing, but it must come to a stop. And I think that it's time now that we demand the best. We've talked about yesterday when we had the report on the Turkey Affairs report by the committee. I talked about the good governance. And this is something that we need to press on those that are responsible. There are probably, when I look at the whole report, Honorable Speaker, sir, I just wish to talk about the area of human resource management. I think it starts with the recruitment process. We need to pick the right people for the right job. That's important. Kita ni sini kita pun watak na nonda vol. Nonda vol. Ni pusat tu sabu ni. Melore na tamatindon me thaka na thak. That is in every organization it starts with the recruitment process. There are deficiencies in performance. That's where the performance management is so important and the training is so important. This is the expectation of the job. This is the level of performance. This is a gap in here. So trainings must be designed to fix that gap. And who is responsible for the training? That's another question. I've read through the report and there are commitments from the ministry. Honorable Minister, I hope that we will take this seriously. And again, I acknowledge the efforts that are being undertaken, but it's time that we address these issues once and for all. Continuation of training and the development, it's so important. We train them for the current job requirements and we develop them for the future. Those are two separate things. And I hope that we will look at the human resources aspect of this very, very seriously. Because if, worst case scenario, if they are not performing to standard, whether it's a capacity issue or whether it's an attitude issue, if someone is not performing, then the exit strategy must be considered. If we want to improve the organization, because it does not reflect well on us, and I hope that we will demand more from the Rokotuis and of course the board here in Suva. And I think constant visits, monitoring and evaluation is so important. I will not go into the details that are there, but this probably is an area that I just wish to highlight, Honorable Speaker, because in the end, we all want improvement, we all want efficiency. Thank you, sir.
Thank the Leader of the Opposition. I call next on Honorable Twinadeva.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by saying this is an old report. I'm standing here today and talking about something that happened 5, 7 years ago. And at the same time trying to know if issues discussed in both the findings and the general recommendations may have been addressed by the current leadership of both the ITAB and the provincial councils. I'm saying this because during the review process, which includes our visits to the various provincial councils' offices and meeting with ITAB, audit findings was thoroughly discussed with the Rokotuis and the various managers. Honorable Speaker, the audits identified significant weaknesses across key operational areas of the provincial councils. These are related to financial reporting, internal controls, and other significant matters. When you look through the report of the 8 provincial councils mentioned in the report from the period ranging from 2017 to 2022, in relation to the financial reporting, they were all rated ineffective in both quality and timeliness. Financial reporting is integral to any entity, including the councils. Therefore, sound financial management is essential for accurate, timely processing of financial statements in adherence to the principles of accountability and transparency, particularly in the utilizations of funds. This is not just about late reports or missing documents. This is about accountability. Provincial councils are entrusted with public funds, money that belongs to our people. When those councils cannot produce timely, accurate, and credible financial reports, they are failing in that responsibility. Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General's findings are clear. For the various provincial councils that I've mentioned that were audited during the financial year 2017 to 2022, 2017 to 2018, and 2019 to 2022, again were all ineffective. Reports were late, audit opinions modified, but more concerning are the basic failures. Bank reconciliations not done, records missing, payments without proper documentation, payrolls not supported, or assets not properly recorded. These are not small technical issues, Mr. Speaker. They are fundamental breakdowns in how public money is managed. When controls are weak, the risk of errors, misuse, and even fraud increases. And when that happens, people suffer. Mr. Speaker, this reflects weak governance and weak leadership during the period under review. These issues, according to audit report, have been raised before, and yet they continue. That tells us one thing. Systems are not working, and they must be fixed. What needs to happen, or should have happened since 2017, 2018, or 2019? Firstly, the councils, through the ITAB, engage qualified financial personnel. Secondly, systems employed are fit for purposes. Thirdly, put in place stronger internal audit functions. And fourthly, governance frameworks that are enforced, not ignored. Mr. Speaker, on general findings, item 4, there were findings unique to several provinces. For example, for one of the provincial council, the committee found out that in 2021, the council expended around $29,650 to construct new quarters for the Rokotui. Construction was undertaken without following proper procurement process. Another provincial council between the year 2019 and 2021 did not assess rental income, either the VAT or the income tax implications, despite its rental earnings exceeding the VAT registration threshold. It failed to register for VAT as required. Mr. Speaker, accountability is the foundation of public trust. We do not fix this, we are allowing a system where public funds can be mismanaged. Like I mentioned, sir, it is an old report. The committee's general recommendations cover 9 key areas to guide both ITAB and provincial councils to address their recurring and unresolved deficiencies and challenges as revealed in the Auditor General's report. Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, the Honorable Kamkamila, in his chairperson forward, encouraged the Itoke Affairs Board and the provincial councils to prioritize corrective actions to address recurring issues and to ensure that credible, transparent, and timely high-quality report is undertaken immediately. All those being said, sir, I support the motion before the House. Good night, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Tunadeva. I call on Honorable Hemchand.
I rise to contribute to the debate. My contribution will be very short contribution. Mr. Speaker, I will be focusing on the 2 findings of the committee. One is on recruitment and the other one is on capacity building. Mr. Speaker, said the report highlights capacity constraints, lack of qualified personnel, insufficient training, and weak oversight structures. Without the right people, no system will function effectively. Mr. Speaker, said qualified personnel are the foundation of any successful institution. Financial systems, controls, and reporting frameworks can only operate effectively when they are managed by individuals who possess the necessary technical competence, experience, and professional judgment. Where this capacity is lacking, errors increase, controls weaken, and accountability is compromised. This is why the opposition maintains that selection must be strictly based on merit, as mentioned by the Honorable Leader of Opposition. Appointments in financial and administrative roles must be aligned with the qualifications and competencies required for those positions. Anything less undermines institutional performance and affects service delivery to our people. Mr. Speaker said, at the same time, building capacity within institutions must be an ongoing priority. Training cannot be treated as a one-off exercise. Continuous professional development, particularly in accounting standards, financial reporting, and internal controls, is important to ensure that staff are equipped to meet the demands of their roles. Investing in training is investing in the long-term effectiveness and credibility of the institution. Mr. Speaker said, there is also a clear need for better coordination between the Ethiopia Affairs Board, provincial councils, and oversight agencies. Fragmentation in responsibilities has contributed to these persistent issues. The opposition recommends a more integrated approach with regular reporting to Parliament on progress made in implementing audit recommendations. The opposition's position is simple. Accountability must be strengthened, system must be enforced, and capacity must be built. But above all, there must be follow-through. Recommendations must translate into action, and actions must lead to measurable improvement. If we are serious about safeguarding public resources and restoring confidence in our institution, then this report must not be treated as routine. It must be treated as a call to act decisively and without delay. I support the motion and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Chan. I call next on the Minister for Ethiopia Affairs, the Honorable Primi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I wish to acknowledge the work of the Public Accounts Committee and the Office of Auditor General for their continued oversight and commitment to strengthen governance, accountability, and financial management within our provincial council. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issues raised in the audit report are taken seriously by the Ethiopia Affairs Board and Provincial Council. These institutions play a critical role in supporting social, cultural, economic well-being of the Ethiopia communities, and therefore, strong governance and sound financial management are essential. In response to the matters raised, several corrective measures have already been initiated. First, the strengthening of internal control system is currently underway. The existing internal control framework and financial manual are being reviewed with the support of external professional advisors. This process is expected to enhance compliance, improve risk management, and ensure the financial procedure across provincial councils align with best practice standards. Mr. Speaker, internal audit units have developed a clear action plan to address the root cause of audit qualifications identified in the report. This action plan focuses on improving compliance with financial reporting requirements, and ensuring that issues raised by Auditor Generals are tracked and resolved in timely manner. Capacity building is also a key focus. One of the challenges highlighted in the audit process is the technical capacity requirements required for prepare financial statement that meets the required standard. To address this, ongoing training programs are being provided to provincial treasurer on financial reporting, including the preparation of financial statement in accordance with the applicable accounting standard. These trainings are conducted in partnership with relevant professionals, institutions, and regulatory agencies. Mr. Speaker, we also recognize the importance of strengthening oversight mechanism. Monthly reconciliation of account will be part of the improvement financial management process, and this will also form part of the scope of internal audit functions to ensure regular monitoring and compliance. Furthermore, leadership and institutional strengthening remains a priority. The introduction of new leadership structure within the Itoke Affairs Board provides an opportunity to review organizational structure, strengthen the internal audit function, and reinforce the reporting timeline to the financial statement are prepared and submitted in a timely manner. Another important initiative currently underway is a comprehensive review of the investment portfolio associated with the Itoke Affairs Board and Provincial Council. Through this review, Mr. Speaker, sir, we aim to identify underperformed investment, address any inconsistencies in shareholding records or governance arrangement, and ensure that these investments deliver sustainable return for the benefit of province and their people. Mr. Speaker, while challenges have been identified in the audit report, it is also important to note that gradual improvement in audit outcomes have already been observed in recent financial statements. This indicates that reforms and corrective actions being implemented are being to yield positive results. The Itoke Affairs Board and the Provincial Council remain fully committed to addressing governance efficiency promptly and strengthening accountability, transparency, and financial stewardship. Ultimately, these reforms are not merely about compliance with audit standards. We are about ensuring provincial councils remain credible, effective, and trusted institutions that serve the interests of the Vanua and contribute meaningfully to the development of our communities. Mr. Speaker, I thank the committee for its work and reaffirm our commitment to implement the recommendations contained in this report. Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister. I will now call on the Honorable Alvik Maharaj.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise for the 7th time in this August House to address the finding of a consolidated review report of Provincial Councils, Volume number 7. And I had been presenting Volume 1 to Volume 4 to this August House with regards to the Provincial Council. As highlighted by the work of the Public Accounts Committee, we are not just looking at the stack of papers, we are looking at a decade-long map of missed opportunities for our rural communities. Mr. Speaker, the report is clear. Nearly 3/4 of our provincial councils have failed to meet basic financial standards. This is a betrayal of the general public. When the council operates in a disclaimer of opinion status, it means the taxpayer and the provincial resident have no idea if their money is being abridged or simply vanishing into a culture of flexibility and non-compliance. To improve these councils and ensure they benefit the general public, I propose 4 agent pillars of reform, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the first one is leadership. We need to separate the CEO and the Permanent Secretary of Itoke Affairs. For the leadership, we need to appoint a permanent CEO for ITAB, Honorable Speaker. That is very important. What we have actually seen recently is if we have permanent secretaries running ITAB, the focus is more on the ministry, while the focus is less on ITAB and the provincial councils. So we need to have a fully qualified CEO to run ITAB, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the second one would be, we must end the era of management by status. The findings from Volume 1 to Volume 6 shows that commercial arms are failing because board lacks financial literacy. We must mandate that every provincial council board includes certified financial or legal professionals. We cannot expect 21st century economic growth from 19th century administrative structure, Honorable Speaker. Number third would be the information vacuum must be closed. I propose a phase no audit, no grant policy. If the council fails to produce a clean or at least an unqualified audit within 2 fiscal years, discretionary government funding should be redirected into the community trust managed directly by Ministry of Itoke Affairs for the specific local project, ensuring the public benefits even if the council administration fails, Honorable Speaker. We have also seen, Honorable Speaker, that the money that is actually given by the government as grant to provincial council and the solely collected is basically used for operational purpose and no capital project is taken by provincial council. So this needs to be addressed. Fourth one is digitization of provincial records. We live in an era of connectivity. It is unacceptable in 2026. Auditors are still struggling with manual ledgers and missing documents in provincial offices. By centralizing provincial financial data onto a cloud-based government platform, we'll allow for a real-time auditing, Honorable Speaker. This transparency will act as a natural deterrent to mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, say provincial councils are the heartbeat of our rural development. If the heart is failing, the body cannot thrive. We must move away from the flexibility that has allowed 73% of these bodies to fail. It is time for consequence, it is time for transparency, and most importantly, it is time that the wealth of our provinces finally reaches the pocket of our people, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while high-level policy is essential, the true measures of provincial council reform lies in how it touches the lives of our people in our villages, Honorable Speaker. To bridge the gap between the audit report and actual community benefit, I propose 3 operational reforms that runs transparency into the grassroots reality, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must eliminate the administrative chaos caused by the fragmented system by mandating a single unified accounting software across 14 provinces. We ensure that the dollar is tracked in the same way in Bua as it is in Laos. The standardization removes the complexity excuse where often to mask the mismanagement allows for instant competitive oversight by the central government. Transparency must be accessible. It is not enough to table the report in this House. We must mandate that provincial council hold town hall meeting to present audit findings directly to the villagers in their own dialect. By stripping away the technical jargons and speaking the language of the people, we empower every citizen to hold their local leaders accountable for how provincial levies are spent. To ensure long-term sustainability, we must invite the next generation to the table. By reserving seats on the provincial board for the youth and women representative, we inject fresh perspective and technical literacy into our leadership. Our youth are the bridge to the digital future, and our women think outside the box. Their presence ensures that provincial decisions are not just rooted in tradition, but are also geared towards 21st century innovation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Maharaj for his contribution. I now call on the Honorable Kamikamida, the chairperson of the committee, to speak in reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And firstly, I wish to thank and acknowledge the very rich contributions from both sides of the House with regard to a historical issue that is that we are trying very hard to resolve once and for all. And do note the comments around right person for right roles, the need for capacity building, the fact that there has been breakdowns in internal controls and reconciliations over the years, the need for enhanced internal audit systems and financial manuals, and also restructuring the leadership structures is mentioned by the Minister to ensure that we do set the provincial councils and the structures on the right footing. I thought, Honourable Speaker, before I sit down and resume my seat, Honourable Speaker, just to touch on a few specific recommendations which I think would be worthy for the House to be aware of, particularly because of the keen interest that we do have in trying to ensure that in the years to come, the Provincial Council financial reporting issues will be a thing of the past. One of the things, Honourable Speaker, the things that we would like to or have proposed in the recommendations, Honourable Speaker, is that essentially an inter-ministry agency task force be created with the prime intention of overseeing and coordinating the reforms that are required. The task force will include representation from the Tauke Affairs, the provincial councils, the Ministry of Finance, and the Public Accounts Committee, Honourable Speaker. And we do also request and have also requested to the Minister of Finance that there be a specific resource allocated. One of the things that we always tend to forget, Honourable Speaker, that in criticizing system breakdowns, we probably do not realize that it comes down sometimes to proper resourcing. And so we have also made a request to the Honourable Minister for Finance that adequate resource be placed in the hands of the Minister and the Tauke Affairs Board to ensure that we can properly roll out the essential reforms required to get this fixed. Madam Speaker, there are a couple of other areas I thought I'd just touch on. We felt that the Chief Executive Officer role for now should be someone that has sound financial knowledge and management and administrative capacity, which is desperately needed in terms of the go-forward posture for the provincial councils. And also one of the things that I didn't quite appreciate until becoming a member of the Provincial Council, Honourable Speaker, is that at every single Provincial Council meeting, we do not hear about the audit reports from the Provincial Councils. We do not hear about the internal audit findings about the Provincial Councils. And as a specific recommendation, we are demanding or requesting that going forward, all Provincial Council meetings have a section that talks about the proper audit of the financial accounts, because to be honest, Honourable Speaker, and it's very unfair to the chiefs of our various provinces, they are not given any visibility at all in terms of the financial record keeping in terms of the councils. My final point, Honourable Speaker, was something that was just, I thought I'd share as well. And in fact, it was interesting once we dug a little deeper. The audits so far have raised concerns around the provincial levies, or the Soliniasanas. When we did a bit of digging, Honourable Speaker, the regulations as they stand only allows Tauke males from 21 to 60 to actually pay the levies, which we all agree is quite antiquated. And hence, what that means is that the actual Soliniasana, when it happens, is always a concern by the auditors because it is not following the basis of the regulation. And it is something that we have raised for consideration by the provincial, the Tauke Affairs Board, and also perhaps the ministry as well, just to relook at that structure and whether we should just go down the road of what's happening now, which is a Solipakavanua, which is a bit more pragmatic and allows better auditing and transparency as well, Honourable Speaker. So with those few words, Honourable Speaker, our hope is that through this report that we put a bit more focus on this area so that in the next at least the next 18 to 24 months, we do get to a position where the financial reports of the provincial councils are in very good condition, and then we can focus on the real job of actually improving the livelihoods of the people in the provinces. Naksawalew.
I thank Honorable Kamkamida, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. For our last motion, I now call upon the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs, the Honorable Secusa Tumuna, to move the final motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that Parliament debates the Consolidated Review Report on the 2018-2023 Fiji Rice Limited Annual Report, which was tabled on 13th of March 2026.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Honorable Kumar, second. I now invite the chairperson to speak on his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Fiji Rice Pte. Limited is a state-owned enterprise that plays an important role in national food security, import substitution, and supporting rural livelihoods, particularly in the Northern Division. The company is responsible for milling locally produced rice and provides a guaranteed market to our local rice farmers. The Standing Committee on Economic Affairs was referred the Fiji Rice Annual Report for the period 2018 to 2023 for review as part of its annual scrutiny process. The committee examined the annual reports, received oral and written submissions from Fiji Rice and the Ministry of Agriculture, Waterways and Sugars, and undertook a site visit to the Northern Division from 3rd to 5th of March 2026. During the review, the committee identified several key issues of concern, including Fiji Rice's heavy reliance on government grants and its continued insolvency without such support, the absence of clear performance targets and key performance indicators which limited the committee's ability to assess impact and value for money, the weak coordination between Fiji Rice and the Ministry of Agriculture in relation to farm identification, extension services, and production planning, poor condition of critical infrastructure, including irrigation systems, drying facilities, and aging building equipment, ongoing challenges relating to land access and utilization, particularly the Rudaitauke Land Trust Board, and low productivity and inconsistent paddy supply affecting milling operations and financial performance. Based on these findings, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee made 8 recommendations aimed at strengthening governance, accountability, performance, and long-term sustainability. These recommendations include exploring a strategic partnership and a private sector investment. The committee had also recommended strict compliance with Standing Orders 121, 6B, which requires timely and substantive responses to the committee. The committee is pleased to note that this recommendation has now been implemented as Fiji Rice has formally responded to the committee. The committee wishes to acknowledge and commend Fiji Rice for its swift action, particularly noting that public submission was also received in response to their submission. Third recommendation, Mr. Speaker, sir, adopting a result-based reporting framework aligned with the National Development Plan. And fourth, strengthening a formal collaboration between Fiji Rice and Ministry of Agriculture. Fifth, improving accountability and performance of agriculture extension system. Sixth, prioritizing the rehabilitation of key rice infrastructure. And the last one, addressing land tenure and utilization issues. The committee notes that substantive responses are being provided by the Ministry of Public Enterprise. The response highlights ongoing and planned agro-based reforms, the development of strategic plan for 2025 to 2030, continue the investments in infrastructure and mechanization, strengthen the collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, and improve the performance monitoring and enhance marketing and distribution initiatives. While the committee welcomes these responses and commitments, it emphasizes that effective implementation, monitoring, and accountability will be critical to achieving meaningful improvements in Fiji's rice performance and contribution. The committee looks forward to seeing these recommendations translated into tangible outcomes in future annual reports and urges continued coordination, commitment, and transparency across all stakeholders in the rice sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
I thank the Honorable Tubuna, the Chair of the Standing Committee. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. I have a list of speakers with me. Each speaker has 5 minutes to deliver his or her contribution. I call first on Honorable Pramila Kumar.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Consolidated Review Report from 2018 to 2023 exposes a sector that is deeply in decline, one that is heavily reliant on public funding, weak in accountability, and lacking any credible pathway towards self-sufficiency. Mr. Speaker, sir, rice sits at the heart of Fiji's food security and has direct consequences for our balance of payments. And the data before us shows we are moving in the wrong direction. In 2023 alone, paddy intake dropped sharply by 34.8%, while Fiji continues to spend around 82.7 million annually on rice imports. Our self-sufficiency has slipped from 20% in 2022 to just 17% in 2023. Put simply, for every kilogram of rice produced locally, nearly 6 kilograms are being imported. Tens of millions of taxpayer dollars continue to be injected into the rice sector. So despite years of investment, we are still heavily reliant on imported rice. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the ground, the situation is equally concerning. Paddy purchases by Fiji Rice dropped sharply from 1.6 kilograms in 2022 to about 1 million kilograms in 2023, a decline of over 1/3 in just 1 year. Rice production also fell from 13,355 metric tons in 2022 to 6,724 metric tons in 2023. It's a decline by 50%. Mr. Speaker, sir, Ministry of Agriculture's own roadmap states that 18,200 hectares of land is needed to achieve self-sufficiency. But where is the land? Instead of expanding, the land under cultivation has actually declined from 4,452 hectares in 2022 to just about 2,866 hectares in 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have farmers ready to produce, yet they are locked out. Some have entered into informal arrangement which discourages long-term investment and proper planning. So no amount of funding, inputs, or machinery will transform this sector if farmers do not have secure and reliable access to land. Mr. Speaker, sir, even the reporting framework is weak. There are no measurable key performance indicators, no milling throughput data, no clear farmer numbers, and no proper assessment of how grants have impacted this sector. Even initiatives like the distribution of portable rice mills are not backed by evidence of increased production. So again, we must ask, are we getting the rate of return? Fiji Rice talks about diversification into products like rice flour, rice pollard, husk for poultry feed, which is good, and they should venture out into many other products. But it is not reported in the annual report. They're not talking about the production volumes, no revenue contribution, no market analysis in the report. Mr. Speaker said the rice sector today lacks direction, coordination, and accountability. There is a clear disconnect between Fiji Rice and the Ministry of Agriculture. Both are working towards the same national goal, yet they operate in silos. We don't have clear, consistent data on the number of farmers, and that is shocking. They don't even have total production levels in the country, because we had meeting with both Ministry of Agriculture as well as Fiji Rice. Mr. Speaker, sir, then we have another problem. The unsold stock is kept in the silos, and there is a consumer preference for white rice, whereas Fiji Rice is producing brown rice. So the only way we can deal with that is if we change our procurement process, mainly for public-funded institutions like hospitals, schools, and correctional facilities, where we say that all funded by public money must buy the brown rice, which is good from the health perspective. Mr. Speaker, sir, unfortunately, when you look at Fiji Rice and compare with what is happening in international arena, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka did not achieve rice self-sufficiency through good intentions. They set measurable targets, enforced procurement mandates, and held people accountable. The common thread was never the policy, it was the discipline to implement it. And finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, on that note, I acknowledge the new CEO, Mr. Mukesh Kumar, for his passion and commitment. He deserves genuine support from the board and from the Ministry of Agriculture, and we were able to see his passion. He's really trying to make the difference because he comes from an NGO background, and he wants to improve the lives of common men. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thanks, the Honorable Kumar. I call on Honorable Sokuru for his contribution.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a short contribution to the debate on the review report of the Fiji Rice annual reports for the period 2018-2023. At the outset, acknowledge and thank the chairperson and members of the Economic Affairs Committee for their thorough scrutiny of these reports and for presenting the recommendations to government through this August Parliament. Historically, Fiji Rice Pty Limited emerged from the rebranding of Rewa Rice Limited in 2017, marking a significant milestone in the company's development. Rice farming became a viable alternative for sugarcane farmers in the Nausori area following the closure of the colonial sugar refineries operations in 1959, after 77 years of activity. Honorable Speaker, the Nausori mill was the first of the 5 sugar mills operated by CSR in Fiji, opening in 1882. Its closure was driven by declining profitability and the low sugar content of cane supplied to the mill. Shutdown of the Nausori mill had a profound impact on the local economy, with many families losing their livelihoods and the town facing years of economic hardship. In the years that followed, land use shifted towards other agricultural activities, leading to the establishment of the Rewa Rice Mill. Honorable Speaker, I will focus on 2 key points. First, there is a significant opportunity for our local farmers to capture a larger share of the domestic rice market, which is currently valued between $60 to $80 million annually in imported rice. Sustaining and increasing local production is essential, particularly in light of the global fuel uncertainties and vulnerabilities in food supply chains. Strengthening our domestic rice industry is not just an economic priority, but a matter of national food security. Second, we must actively promote Fijian-made products. All government-supported institutions, including boarding schools, selected public institutions, and state-owned enterprises, should prioritize the procurement of locally produced rice, especially where public funds are already being used to support the sector. Furthermore, rehabilitation and relief food rations should include locally sourced products. Our efforts to promote locally grown rice must begin with government leadership. Members of Parliament should lead by example, supported by coordinated awareness campaigns through radio, newspapers, and social media. There should be a stronger emphasis on promoting brown rice and other locally produced rice varieties as healthier and sustainable options. Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue to speak about food security while spending up to $80 million a year on imported rice. That is not strategy. That is dependence. And dependence in an uncertain world is a risk we cannot afford. Every shipment that arrives at our ports is a reminder that we are feeding our people with labor of others, while our own farmers struggle to support for markets and for recognition. That must change, and it must change now. This is our moment to act, not with words, but with decisions. Decisions that prioritize local production, decisions that back our farmers, decisions that keep our money in our economy and our people employed on their own land. If we fail to act decisively today, we will be having the same debate in 5 years' time, only with higher import bills and fewer farmers left to support. Honorable Speaker, let us draw a clear line. Fiji must grow what Fiji eats. The choice before us is simple: import dependence or national resilience. I urge this House to choose resilience, to choose our farmers, and to choose Fiji. I thank you, and I support the motion before the House.
I thank the Honorable Sokuru. I now call on Honorable Vijaynath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a short contribution and sharing my personal experience during my childhood as in the farming field. At the outset, I wish to state that I support the committee's report because rice is not mainly another agricultural commodity, but is a staple food for thousands of Fijian families and an important pillar of our national food security. Mr. Speaker, Fiji continues to spend millions of dollars annually on import rice while large areas of fertile land remains underutilized. This is not only an economic concern, but also a national security concern. If global supply chains are disrupted, as we witness in COVID-19 and recent international conflict, our heavy dependence on import rice leaves our people vulnerable. The committee report rightly highlighted the operational, financial, and governance issues affecting Fiji Rice Private Limited. It also reveals the decline in local rice production over the years, despite repeated government support and public investment. Mr. Speaker, one of the key reasons for declining production is the aging farming population. Many of our rice families and farmers are elderly, and young generations are moving away from agriculture in search of urban employment. Farming is seen as difficult, risky, and financially unrewarding. Mr. Speaker, poor drainage and irrigation system continues to affect productivity. Another reason is, Mr. Speaker, access to machinery remains the major problem. Many farmers still depend on outdated equipment and manual labor. Land preparation, harvesting, and post-harvesting handling becomes expensive and inefficient. This increases losses and discourages production. Mr. Speaker, inconsistent government support and delay payment to farmers have damaged the trust, Mr. Speaker. Another important issue often ignored is the decline in our traditional rice variety. In the rush for commercial production, we have overlooked traditional variety that were once grown by our communities and are better adapted in local soil and climate conditions. Mr. Speaker, this reminds me of my childhood experience when we were in primary school and secondary school. We used to get up early in the morning, even at night, right when it was dark, take the kerosene lamp, go and get the bullocks, prepare the land, plow the land, prepare the land, and then we used to cast the grains, grow to about 1 feet, and then we used to transplant. And those we manually, all manually, Mr. Speaker, and those days because the Leva family, extended family were there, and we used to enjoy that. And of course, using cycle to harvest it. And then the most important was the funniest was when we used to separate the grain from the calf. Used to use the bullocks to make them go round and round, and at times you'll find the cow drops will fall, and you used to be ready to hold it with the grass and throw it outside, which was all fun, Mr. Speaker. And of course, when you enjoy having lunch or afternoon tea in that environment, those of you who might have experienced, was a fun. Is a fun, Mr. Speaker. I still enjoy that, but although they don't plant rice, but in other farming areas. Mr. Speaker, traditional rice variety is more resilient and requires fewer chemical input. Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about reducing rice import, then we must treat rice production as a national priority. This requires practical action. Just annual report and promises will not help, Mr. Speaker. A strong investment in irrigation and drainage infrastructure, modern farming machinery and mechanization support, timely payment and fair pricing for farmers, youth engagement program to attract the next generation into rice farming, protection and promotion of rice traditional varieties, Mr. Speaker, improved research, seed development and extension services, and stronger governance and accountability within Fiji Rice Privacy Limited, Mr. Speaker. We support any effort that genuinely strengthens our agriculture sector and improves the livelihood of our farmers. Our role is not mainly to criticize, but to ensure accountability and advocate the better outcome for people in Fiji, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
I thank the Honorable Vijay Nath. I call next on the Professor Biman Prasad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last report we debated on Fiji Rice Limited was on the 29th of March 2023, and that report was for 2013 to 2017. And today we are debating the report from 2018 to 2020, 2018 to 2023. Mr. Speaker, the issue with respect to rice production is an important one. And if you go back into the history of rice production in Fiji, we were actually about 69% self-sufficient around the 80s. And we had a substantial infrastructure, including those in Triketi, after Lakena, Nabua, and then Triketi and Lakutu and Korokandi. Rice production was at its peak. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, over the years, of course there were changes with respect to trade policy. Duties were reduced, so that itself had an effect. But the expectation at that time was that the industry would become more efficient, that there would be cost adjustments, and that farmers would continue to grow rice, increase production, but also with an appropriate profitability and income, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, over the last 15, 16 or 2 decades, the infrastructure was left to deteriorate, particularly in Vanualevu, in Triketi, and Luputu, and other areas. And, if I say that this happened under the previous government, I'm sure the opposition will not like it. But that's precisely what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker. Since 2023, this government has done a lot of work, particularly in terms of fixing some of the infrastructure, drainage, the infrastructure to support the farmers. So, and we can see that production has been on the rise. Government has also provided additional incentive, guaranteed minimum price for farmers. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, government also, as part of the incentive for non-sugar agriculture sector, provided subsidies for fertilizer and weedicide, which included rice as well. And so there has been quite a bit of incentive provided to the farmers over the last 3 years to increase production. Some of the initiatives that Fiji Rice Limited has put in place, like Best Farmers Award, Highest Supplier Award, Highest Supplier of a Season, Woman Farmer of the Year, Young Farmer of the Year. All these things, Mr. Speaker, say has been able to bring back, some incentives, some enthusiasm in farming. And apart from just Banua Levu, Fiji Rice Limited, I think credit should go to them. They've been going around Biti Levu as well. There's a rice mill in Ba. And the good thing, Mr. Speaker, says that a lot of Itoke farmers are also getting into rice production in Tambia and in various other parts of Fiji. So the policies of the government over the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker, say has been formulated in a way that provides incentive. And I think I take the point that Honorable Kumar was making, but I want to say to her that without government support, without government funding, without government putting in a lot of investment in the infrastructure, we would not be able to achieve that level of production where we can reduce our imports. So I think it is still necessary for government to put in additional expenditure, additional incentive for the next several years before we can talk about bringing rice production up to a level where at least, we can increase our self-sufficiency rate from 15, 16, 20% to 40, 50%, which would allow us with some comfort on food security and incentivizing agriculture sector as a whole, Mr. Speaker. With those words, I thank the committee for the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank Honorable Prasad. To close today's debate, I invite the Honorable Charan Singh to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been getting indications from all my members to be very short, although I had a 16-page report. 5 minutes. Okay. Looking at my being here today, my two colleagues to my right and left have been saying, how come you've been sitting here for so long? I know why, because they were deliberately trying to hold me back. First of all, the motion is last, and I'm the last speaker. So I had no choice. The other thing Mr. Speaker said is, yes, all is not well in Rewa Rice, around Fiji Rice. I've been there, and physically I've seen the mills, the productions, and the farmers, whatever they're doing. I'm saying, look, on the report, they can write hundreds of good things. But as a businessman, my first impression was, it's not well. And that's where our government has been pumping a lot of money. Well, FSC, you're doing. Anyway, sorry. Please don't distract me. Let me complete. As I said, something that is surprising me is why do we come here and debate 6 years report? Any business would like to have reports at least 2 years old, at the most. So here we are debating on 6 years back from 2023. And we should actually be focusing on 2024, 2025. That will give us a fair idea what we have to do. So coming back to, yes, as I said, I've been to this mill, I've met the board, and I've told them that there has to be a new direction. But of course, it has to come with a price. Now, just a final recommendation, or one of the recommendations that the committee made was to look for a strategic partner. And yes, we have started talking. And there's a company in Fiji, which we'll name later on once all the negotiations happens. But somebody financially that's strong has to come in so that we take the dependence out of the government funding. So with these words, I know I can speak for another half an hour, but I'll rest my case here.
And thank the Honorable Charan Singh. I will now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee to speak in reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The honourable members have raised quite a lot of issues relating to how we can improve the performance of Fiji rice. Of course, one of the issues that has been raised is the land availability. I think this is quite an important point. When we went to the Northern Division, they were coming up with innovative ideas of how to utilize underutilized land. So I think the management of Fiji rice is looking at that. So land availability is one of the problems. Disconnect between Ministry of Agriculture and Fiji rice that has been raised is one of also another issue that has been brought up, and there's a lot of plan, there's a lot of strategic plan, but the thing is the implementation. How do we implement and to ensure that we achieve the outcome? Honorable Sukur has raised a very important point on Fiji must grow what we eat. I think that's very important. When we just have to grow what we eat and not to import food from overseas. Some of the ministers here, they're planting their own food. And I think this is the type of the idea that we should be inculcating in our people, particularly the villages. Plant your own food. Don't buy the food from the supermarket. Eh? So, because that is what is contributing to a lot of the non-communicable disease. Vigilant talks about the poor drainage. Honorable Vigilant, and of course we have heard from Dr. Prasad how the government is putting funds to ensure that the poor drainage, irrigation systems are being revived. Eh? So substantial funding is being provided through the dilapidated infrastructure that is there in at Raketi. And of course, Honorable Minister raised about the strategic partner. When we were discussing this, we thought that strategic partner wouldn't have to come in on board. We approached the Grace Road, but unfortunately, they were not keen not to come on board, given the financial position of Fiji rice. I would like to thank the honourable members for their contribution, and do support the motion before the House.
Thank you, Chair. The Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the sitting today. I thank you all for your contributions to what I must admit a rather raucous afternoon and evening performance, both to use my English teacher's favorite phrase alongside the margin of my essay, very untidy. So I understand that we may need to work doubly as hard and as long to complete our agenda items tomorrow. So, honourable members, I wish you all a very good evening, rest well, and I'll see you all fresh and early tomorrow morning. Parliament stands adjourned.